Channel. Commander Root. Welcome to my channel. Streamfer. Welcome to my channel. Drapsnat. Welcome to my channel. Nightbot. Welcome to my channel. Alien Gathering. Welcome to my channel. S.W.Frost 1 is now live. Streaming games plus demos, new AMD codec.
Oh, it will be used by the fire giant. Okay. That looks cool, sure. What does it do? Yeah, that looks badass, especially for like a modded weapon. Hair grade has fists. Yeah, that's cool. That's definitely cool. It's badass. Oh, similar to the Crucible Blade from Doom. I never played Doom, but I think I know the weapon you're talking about. Yeah, that's really cool. Holy shit. You can see it in combat. I think these are going to be the things that like really kind of keep Elden Ring alive much more than the DLC will. It's kind of what I was saying earlier, is like having like mods and having new things and like new ways to take on the game. That's what's going to keep people excited about the game. Yeah, it does remind me a lot of Tayshalak. What the fuck? Summons last fire giant. So, this mod has stands in it now? Okay. Put your character on fire for a short time, damaging others, but also damaging you. Okay.
Another viewer.
That's cool.
Welcome to my channel. Zero X 2. Welcome to my channel.
Getting normies to play the game. There's obviously going to be normies. Normies are never going to get into that. But it's about getting more people invested into playing the game and keeping the audience of people that are, you know, big fans of the game, keeping those people entertained and keeping those people engaged. So that's really what it comes down to. It's not about like making it as appealing as it can be to normies. It's about making the people that are already fans continue playing it. I think that's what the most important thing is. Yeah, common people don't mod games at all. Yeah, of course not. No, I mean, like, the moment that you ask somebody to mod a game or something like that, you automatically are probably going to lose over half of the player base. That's just how it goes. It's one of the problems I think WoW always had with, like, requiring people to have add-ons. It's kind of the same thing. Why all play-to-earn games die? Well, let's go ahead and find out. Here we go.
Welcome to Whiteboard Crypto, the #1 YouTube channel for crypto education. And here we explain topics of the cryptocurrency world using analogies, stories, and examples so that anyone can easily understand them. In this video,
Do you want to know why play-to-earn games die? I'll tell you why. It's because they suck. That's why.
going to explain why almost all play-to-earn games die, and what needs to change for them to become sustainable. This video is going to cover 4 reasons why all these games die, but let's get into the most obvious one first. The money must come from somewhere. When it comes to play-to-earn games, the idea is pretty simple. You play the game and you earn money. Well, where does that money come from? To keep players playing, it would seem that you would need to keep paying them. Now, there are tons
You would also have to have people that would be willing to pay into the game, but if the game is bad, nobody pays into it.
of ways you can pay these loyal players, but let's go through a few different ideas now. Number 1, new players. Many play-to-earn games follow this model, whereby money is pumped into the system by a new player required to buy an item. For example, to play Axie Infinity, you must buy an Axie, which is a character used in the game. When someone buys an Axie, they are putting money into the game that is then, through a series of transactions, possibly cashed out by another player. This is not sustainable because there is no case where every player has made money. If one player makes money, it is made from the money that another player has invested or injected into the game.
I don't think that's bad. Because there are people that spend money in games and people that make money. It's the people that buy WoW tokens and people that sell WoW tokens. You know, I think that makes sense.
Almost all play-to-earn games work this way. Aavegotchi, the Step and Shoe NFT game, Zed Run, the horse racing game, all of these work by taking money from new players and giving it to older, loyal players.
Right.
So this just isn't a good idea. Let's move on to where the money can come from. Number 2, a membership model. Another way these games can raise money is through a membership model, where they charge all players a set fee to participate and play the game. This is a much better model than the previous model because it means the fee is equal for all players. In the previous example, someone with $10,000 to play the game automatically has an advantage over someone who only has $100, giving wealthier players an unfair advantage. A membership model would look like
Well, every one of these games, people play them for an advantage, right? I mean, that's the way it goes. Here's one way you can look at these games, okay? So basically, you have at the very top, you have the devs of the game. And then under that, you have the older players. And then after that, you have the new and starting players. And what you need to understand is that these games operate in a very interesting way. And they're all just about the same. This is how it works for all of these games, because that's the only way they can work.
A seasonal membership fee that is the same for all players, where the skillful players will win the money that the skillless players paid in. To me, this is a much more fair model, but it also leaves a ton of money on the table, which is probably why many protocols don't even consider it. It's also much easier to market that when you pay $100 to buy
Nobody wants to pay a sub. Like WoW even has trouble getting people to pay a sub, so does Final Fantasy. A lot of games have trouble with that. That's why almost every game nowadays is free to play.
Axie, you get to keep that Axie as something that you own, compared to a $20 seasonal fee to play the game that expires once the season is over. The next model is called Pay to Win. Another revenue option is the pay-to-win route. Now this one's pretty obvious, and we see it in some games like Minecraft, where you can spend a few $100s to jumpstart your way to hard-earned tools and items. Because this is seen as giving rich players an unfair advantage, some other games raise revenue this way, but instead of giving things that are useful, like items or tools, they instead give other useless things, like a different skin, or the option to change your username, or just the ability to flex by changing how you look. Up until now, these three models that I just explained aren't really good options for the users. This brings us to model.
None of them are, because they're not made for the users. The problem, I'll tell you why these games are not successful. Play-to-earn games are not successful. It's because they're not fun, and they're not moderated, so they get botted like fucking crazy. Because think about it, okay, think about it like this. Let's say you can play a video game like Diablo 3. Okay, this is what happened with Diablo 3. And if you can play Diablo 3 and farm gold in Diablo 3, if you're really good at farming gold, you can make $6 an hour, okay? That sounds really good, right? $6 an hour for playing a game farming gold. Sounds awesome. So what if you have a bot? And that bot farms $3.
Napravio sam sup.
01 Ella. Welcome to my channel.
Hello.
Alicidra. Welcome to my channel. Valentina Alcaraz. Welcome to my channel.
Welcome, welcome.
an hour. And the let's see, let's do some math here. Let's see, the game is worth $50, and the bot gets banned every 20 hours. So you have a $10 differential between the $50 and the $60 the bot makes, and you get $10 of profit. So what happens if you have 100 bots? Well, that's $1,000. $1,000? Holy shit! Well, if you've got $1,000, why not just get 200 bots? And if you got $2,000, why not just get 400 bots? And you've got $4,000, and you just keep doing this over and over and over. And then you see the price of gold go down, 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 because the amount of money that goes into the game, and also the moderation of the game, is not good enough to preemptively ban them before you can hit the break-even point. Because obviously, like, if you're, like, think about it like this, right? So if you have to buy a new code, the code's $50, and you can only play the account for 3 hours on average whenever you're botting before it gets banned, and you only make $9, you would never make money because you would never hit that break-even point. But if you do hit the break-even point, then it's just a matter of scale to generate a profit. So I actually thought about doing botting in Diablo 3, and so I figured all this stuff out myself. That's how I know about it. And anyway, what you could do is you could just get more and more and more bots. And what happens is that all of these play-to-earn games have somebody, these people think that, like, oh, it's going to be me, I'm going to make a bunch of money playing video games. No, it's going to be Samir and Igor that are fucking operating out of Eastern Europe on a botnet that has 18 different computers with 17 different virtual desktops on 15 different IP addresses, and there's like 10 different fucking graphics cards that are in like an air-conditioned room that's 60 degrees with farming for fucking 24 hours a day, making money, driving the prices down to zero, so you end up making, instead of $6 an hour, you end up making $1.20. And that is why play-to-earn games die. That's what. It's because the games are bad and people bought them at scale that makes everybody, an average person, not be able to turn a profit. Because the value proposition for them evaporates.
Number 4, advertisements. So the next option, or at least the best option that I can think of, is an advertisement model. Similar to how Apple advertises at large football stadiums, maybe Razer or Logitech could pay a game to advertise in their PvP arenas. Now, we're
actually seeing this happening, and my guess is that in 5 years, different parts of real estate inside of live service games will be monetizable marketing real estate that's used for advertisers to advertise directly to players in-game.
Outside money coming into a game.
Yeah, you're right, this already happens. It already happens in sports games. It's been happening in sports games ever since the 90s. This will become even more the case.
And it's not from lower skilled players, and it's also...
Oh, sorry, I keep pausing, excuse me. Somebody says, thank God for single player games. Who's gonna tell them?
Or Logitech could pay a game to advertise in their PvP arenas. Yeah. Now, this is outside money coming into a game, and it's not from lower skilled players, and it's also not from the hope of speculative investors making money. In fact, it's an actual business model. The play-to-earn game could have a few advertisements throughout the game that raises monthly revenue, of which some of that could be portioned off for skillful players to reward them for playing, and the rest could go to the devs to continue to develop the game. Thus, the development team has an incentive to build a game that attracts a lot of users. The players have a sustainable way to actually earn money while they play, at least if they're good, and most importantly without taking it from the skillless players, and these advertisers get a new paid advertising route that may be really effective for their goals. For a play-to-earn game to actually be sustainable...
That's probably not going to happen. I think that's a good idea long-term, but there's just simply not enough precedent for it for advertisers that aren't extremely savvy in the space to take advantage of it. So obviously you're going to have people like Twitch, YouTube, Razer, Logitech, all of like the big computer companies that will take advantage of this first because they're much more innovators in this type of like digital advertising. But it's going to take a long time for Bed Bath & Beyond to do this.
For it to succeed 10 years from now, the money that the players are earning must also be sustainable. And if you pay players with money that is received from new players, the game will die over time. It's very much like a Ponzi scheme, and it will not make it to 10 years.
Oops. I am an idiot. I did this again. Remember I did this like 2 days ago?
From new players, the game will die over time. It's very much like a Ponzi scheme, and it will not make it to 10 years, because the players will quickly be divided into those who made money and those who lost money, and you'll eventually run out of new players. So anyways, that's problem number one. Play-to-earn games just keep running out of money to pay their play-to-earn players. The next big problem is that play-to-earn games...
The reason why they run out of money is because they're bad games and people don't want to invest money into them.
Games aren't really fun. Let's think about some of the world-class, well-known games that have lasted years and years of being played. World of Warcraft, League of Legends, RuneScape, Minecraft, Call of Duty, Skyrim, Candy Crush, Pokemon, Clash of Clans, Subway Surfer. These games have stood the test of time because they are literally fun to play. Now let's take a look at some of the game...
That's the problem that blockchain games have. That's the problem. They're bad. It's not that they're on the blockchain that's the problem, it's the game that's the problem.
DeFi games, Axie Infinity, Avagachi, DeFi Kingdoms. These games lack functionality and a certain psychological edge to make these games fun once you take away the earning part. Even more so, think about it like this. Would you pay Axie Infinity money to play their game? What about DeFi Kingdoms? Would you pay them to play that game? The answer is no. That's because these games are not fun. They don't create an experience. Now, how do we know those traditional games that I listed earlier are fun? It's because people pay those companies millions of dollars every year to keep playing them. And they expect, and even more so, they don't even expect a monetary return. So this is a fundamental difference between a lot of play-to-earn games and sustainable traditional games. Play-to-earn games right now simply aren't fun. A ton of play-to-earn games are basically just financial ideas where the marketers have tried to add in a game aspect to attract users, i.e. customers. And we won't see...
It's just a way to finesse stupid people who think that they're smart into giving them your money. That's it. That's all it is.
Great GameFi adoption until this is reversed. Not until we have fun games that then add in aspects of a blockchain where needed. Then we will have a sustainable GameFi game. Even more so, games probably shouldn't be paying their users anyways, and this kind of brings us to...
I don't think shouldn't be paying their users. I don't really know if that's true. The problem is that almost all games that have a pay-to-earn system also have a pay-to-win system. It's very hard to not make money off of a game where other people can spend money at the same game. That's what the issue is. It's like Lost Ark or WoW or anything like that, where you can buy and sell gold.
Our next problem. Problem number 3 is the old man. Now, to explain this next problem, which is psychological in nature, I'm going to be telling you a story. It's not a real story, but you'll understand how it applies to crypto games.
Sure.
So first off, there's a bus corner where this school picks up a group of kids for school early in the morning. And on that same corner is an older man who sits outside his house to sip his morning coffee. Anyways, one morning while these kids are waiting on the bus, they started making fun of that older man, who was just sitting there, and he heard them. A whole week goes by of these jokes, and the old man eventually
gets a gun. He gets a gun because it's in Texas.
Tired of it. So he comes up with a genius plan. He waits until the next school day, and he tells these kids, hey, come here. For every joke that you tell about me, I'm going to give each one of you $1. Now, these kids were absolutely delighted. They were doing this for free, and now...
Wait. That's like Twitch chat donations. Huh. Okay.
They'll get paid for insulting the young man. How stupid could he be? So, the next day rolls around, and they come up with a clever joke, and the old man gives each one of them $1. A few days goes on, and the old man says, this is getting too expensive, so from now on, I'm only going to be giving you 50 cents per joke now. The kids obviously weren't happy about it, but they agree and continue making fun of the old man. More days go by, and the old man once again reduces the joke payout to 25 cents, then to 10 cents, and eventually to a nickel. Then, finally, The kids approach the man with a joke, and the old man tells them he can only give them 1 penny. The kids are so frustrated they yell at the old man, "No way we're doing this. We used to do this for a whole $1." And from that day on, the kids never joked about the old man again, even though they used to do it for free. Can you see how this story applies to crypto games? Some games are fun to play just for free. Then we add a financial incentive to them, and we suddenly have a secondary motive. Now, imagine if...
Yeah, what you do is at that time, at that point, yeah, it's a dumb story. It's not a dumb story at all. It makes a lot of sense. What he's saying is that the variable reinforcement schedule that these video games create by giving people income based off of what they get in the game becomes disproportionately worse over time, and then people fall out of the behavior cycle. It's very simple. It makes perfect sense, and I think anybody with a fucking brain can see that. The problem with like pay to earn games and any of this stuff is that what it does is it takes every single thing that you do in the game and it adds like an itemizable value proposition to it. And World of Warcraft does this a lot. You want a plus 15 carry, it's this much. You want a 20, it's even more. If you want a heroic kill, it's this much. You want ahead of the curve, that's how much it is. So every single thing that you do in the game has a dollar value that you can easily know in your mind, hey, I'm wasting this much money by playing the game right now.
If you were paid $100 per month to play a game, and then $50, and then it kept going down until you made $1 per month just to play the game, it's not going to seem as
That's because of the bots.
Much fun because you would compare your earnings back to when you earned $100 a month. In fact, YouTubers fall prey to this all the time. Many creators spend a long time creating a bunch of videos. They finally get their big break, they go viral, earn a bunch of money, and then they experience burnout when they create better content, but they don't get the same amount of views or the same amount of ad revenue due to outside forces. The psychological term for this is that external rewards will reduce internal motivation, even when the external reward is taken away. And game developers should be very thoughtful when designing incentive mechanisms involving money. Let's move on to problem number 4. Now, the last reason why almost all play-to-earn games die, or rather why most crypto games go extinct, is because they have no need to be on the blockchain.
That's also a very good point. This is it. Yeah, the blockchain is like a... it's like whenever, you know, in like 2003...
Što dobro, šta znam. Tako kod vas.
Šta?
Eko, kako kod vas u prodavnici?
Dosadno. Molim Boga da će opet prođe ovaj dan. Idem kući da spavam.
Zar ti nije muka da odeš da spavaš, pa da se probudiš i onda ne možeš da zaspeš uveče do 2 posle ponoći?
Ne.
Nije ti muka to?
Nije.
Pa dobro, kad ti počinje radno vreme? U 8 ujutro?
7.
Ne znam.
Mogu je da zaspam kad hoću.
Pa zašto sebe onda... A dobro, ako tako kažeš u redu. A ako možeš da zaspiš kad hoćeš u redu? Ima bolje pitanje, možeš li da ostaneš budan kad hoćeš?
Mogu da se ne te...
Ali nećeš. Jer si onda umoran, je tako? Dobro, okej.
To mi se stava kad igram ovo govno, kako se zove, Hunt.
Aha, onda se nateraš da budeš budan.
I onda se ujutro osjećam depresivno i bolesno i sve me boli.
Pa što... Ne znam.
Je bilo, pusti me da lutam! Sve uzimaš ti!
Ne znam.
Što kesiš?
Ne. Ne znam. Skontao je i on da svi dobijaju valutu. Ko zna. Pusti me da živim, da na tebe ne mislim. Ovo izgleda dobro.
Daj, čove, šta? Pa jesmo rekli hula hop?
Pojedi kremasti Snickers, mogao bi malo da se fokusiraš.
Pero, Petre, Mitiću!
Sve ide glatko u svežo najveren kikiriki puter u kremastom Snickersu.
この戦い、私を楽しませてほしいものね。全力でかかってきます。風より解かれし力、我が刃と化せ。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。分身を分けるのは一種。風より解かれし力、我が刃と化せ。手加減。分身を分けるのって歯ごたえないね。手加減をしよう。
Generale, ne mogu smenu, a?
Peđa. Da, mislim da reče da radi drugo i da se vidimo uveče u tom fazonu, da rekao.
Ti Kesić?
Vjerojatno kod Suratiša. Ili možda negdje s Milanom. Pretpostavljam. Nema pretpostavljam. Pošto 10 levela. Gdje si vremena, što ima? 2000... tu je. 2550 Bloodbonda. 10 levela. Gdje?
Mraziti li igraš, a?
Ne mrazi me, nego da je bilo 1000 Bloodbonda 10 levela, možda. Možda bi za 10 levela. Znaš? Ali pošto je 2550, malo su precijenili koliko igrača mrzi to da grinde, znaš.
A jes, gdje bi bi?
Ja sam im će se kod cure.
A da. Koji to? E?
Kako ti to stojiš? Pa više od toga. Više od toga i ne može da dobiješ. Ajde. I ploča koliko? 8.000? 9. Kakve veze ima tu sve kod like? Koliko je kod tebe već? 7-8 godina. To je jedno, to nije nova ploča. Koliko god sam nova takva? I šta ti misliš da će da je predaš u vrednosti od 50?
Gdje je stari, hoće li ta ploča danas se poslati, hoće? A, šta misliš Nenade ti, hoće li se poslati ta ploča danas?
Teško.
Aj, provjeri. Ajde.
Why you bully me?
Aj.
How are we gonna be bad?
Justin Bieber.
Sedeš mi oni sedeš.
Justin Bieber.
A? Pa 10 frame-ova bi dobio s njim.
Šta je s drugim procesorom?
35.000. 35.000.
Obavezno kupi procesor i ploču od Milana. A procesor da kupi, a?
Pa da. Valjda je preko mobilnog ili šta li?
A nije. Ovdje nijem bez interneta, samo toliko koliko da radi kaster. Šta imam?
Get on the ground. All right, what do you got on you? Empty them pockets.
I can't.
Ne, ovdje... Da.
On the ground. All right, what do you got on you? Empty them pockets.
Taj pak ide nešto pravljen, treba za našu temu. Dosta klikata. Ne znam kako nešto, neka bedna, neka biti ne.
Ducks are magic, and today we have become the police.
Sad ću možda vidjeti. U jednu našoj radnji kad sam menjao, ja sam menjao brzinu, išao je do 10 kW. Ja sam uzeo pištol ovoga kakav za Ivancija.
The ultimate policeman loadout. The goal today is simple. We are going to arrest our way.
Ja pozvao ovo što u tehničkoj službi. I ja mu kažem šta je ovo, ovo neko spredanje. Telekom neku ko daleko. Daleko stanica, stanica 100 metara.
I'll upload even more hilarious videos. In fact, link in the description.
Let's go to the mall!
Let's getting this cash. Thank you. Oh my god, I'm picking so much shit up.
Oh, flashbang, perfect. Put that in my backpack. We need to pick up as many flashbangs as we possibly can, so we can ask gentlemen to stop resisting. Forcefully. Oh my god.
Looks like we got some safes full of drugs that we gotta bust.
I need to stop laughing. I'm a cop. I'm serious. Get it together.
Get it together, soldier. What are you doing?
I'm sorry.
This ain't funny. This is law. I'm gonna go in this drug house and get some drugs. Pop the first safe. Oh my god, all of it's meth. I feel like people really like this video.
If you like the video, leave a like.
Alright, looks like we got a squad car up here. Perfect. Hop in, partner. We got an enemy helicopter in the sky!
Oh my god, you're under arrest!
Get in. Where are we going? That was just so absurd.
Oh my god, I like your mirror hang-a-dang-a-lang.
Let me turn on some tunes.
God damn it. Did you just have that ready to go when we started recording, you fucking guy?
Wait! Gotta go to the gas station, get some donuts.
What should we call each other?
I'm Officer Willie.
I'm Officer Derek.
Alright, Derek, let's go into town here.
Se vota. kaže neko, treba neko da bude sramota, nešto sam čuo. Sram. A malo baš. Vidite ona mod. Pa ti mala nabila. Naše djeca su debili. Idemo. Sad ću različiti.
Ma kurac će da te stiluju. Zašto se radi? Pre 40 minuta je Gardi bio na videu. Pita se ja Gardije juče, može li mi ovaj to završi da nas kaže može. Pa taj Zoki što treba da mu pokupi tu ploču iz BC grupa ili odakle. Pa da završi ploču.
Siću. gdje skupio po 10 i po 20 da ja stvarno ne. A majke, to kupio bi sada da vidim. Ja imam jedan došak, ono pun kartu što me to izaći. Izađi! A, sad evo nam kaže. Nije bilo gdje ti matao neki. Nam da su se ne pojeli. Prije godine ono skupio ono. Nisam jedan najao na banka sliku pa da moram da...
Crveni krst.
A oni tamo imaju ono zavljajanje da bi uspjeli onu mašinu i to ti to.
Pa šta drugo i raditi? Rudija spava 100%. Ja, moguće da se Starudio ne javlja na mobilni jeboj.
Što čovjek da se...
Poruku da bih nekom. Nemam pojma ko mi šalje.
15 evra mene izašao, zavisi.
A nemaš tu na ruskom Steamu. Zaključeno ti je.
Nema.
Ja ću ti kažem, samo da prebrojim ovaj pad.
što je Nenad izašao. Jer šta materi veli za tu ploču, kao danas bi mogao ovaj da pokupi. Pa da, ne javlja se. Da.
Jas. Morao sam da se javim na telefon. A nemam baš ove iskustva kad se javim na telefon ovdje. 2230, 137.
Pa da. Fina sam ti ja rekao.
Koliko si pezo se platio, Tanco Kesiću?
3999.
3999, to ti je 27 i 68 para. Jeftinije ti je na Turcima. Jeftinije ti je za 1 euro. Da. Ali ti argentinski nalog ne možeš da dopuniš ovako sport se jebavaš da nešto je peti to. A za turski kupi samo kako što...
Ma kakvo je bavanje čovječe, kupiš skin i prodaš ga za 1 minut ga prodaš. Pa ja sam tako ubacio do sad već 4-5 hiljada pezosa na račun.
To je trošenje vremena koje je...
Uopšte nije trošenje vremena. 3 minuta. 3 minuta potrošim vremena. Isto toliko koliko bi i na sajt potrošio. Da uplatim tamo one...
Nije tačno.
Isto.
Nije. Jučer sam gledao razliku i nije tačno. Kesiću, kaži mi ovako, ti kad pereš na Steamu, koju cifru gledaš, levu ili desnu?
Desnu cifru gađam. Stavim kao što je preporučeno, razumeš?
Ti pričaš
o... praktično tako, da.
Uzmi i izračunaj koliko gubiš. 20% gubiš.
Okej.
Ja sam juče izračunao.
Zbog Steamove provizije ne prodaju kartice na tih skinova.
Evo sad ću da ti kažem odmah. Samo da uđem na to
zavisi kako šta nađeš da kupiš skin vamo tamo, ali... Ako nađeš dobar skin za dobru lovu, onda je vi.
Sad ću ti kažem. Znači na 399 lire, to je 27.
Ali čekaj, zašto to radiš? Pokušavaš čovjeku da kažeš da gubi.
Ne, on meni priča nešto što ja znam da nije.
Meni je to najjača metoda ikad i to svi preporučuju tako da. Evo ga, zove.
To su ti dali sigurno neki nisuješ preko njega.
Input lag.
Nemaš koliko ti te dali.
Deal damage to enemy hunter using spitzer ammo. Yes, no.
Koliko gubiš na 27 milione? 3 evra gubiš na 27 prateći Kesićevu metodu. A razlog što ta metoda svi preporučuju, sigurno su ti dali neki link preko koga si se registrirao i oni uvuču neki procenat na tom sajtu. I druga stvar, Argentinu ne možeš da napuniš na drugi način, osim prerafanjem. Da.
Zato što ne treba mi druga metoda, ja neću, da ima sad druga metoda ne bi s njom išao.
Ajmo što ovo kad gledamo. Znači, ovamo platiš 30 centi kod, znači proviziju. Ti si znači pre spremena platiš 3 evra proviziju nego 30 centi.
Otiđi pogledaj koliko su argentinski pesos i kartice
Ne, ali da je normalno, ali se volimo normalno.
On nije.
Ali je, u situaciji, on je rekao da postoji...
Slušaj Snake-a, problem je što nije.
Baš zbog toga ne može nikad ni biti.
Ti si rekao i da postoji, znači, metoda.
Ne može da postoji, znači.
Ali on je rekao i da postoji,
Ne vataj se za reč. To je problem, vataj se za reč.
On je sprema, znači, zato što, sad da mu kažem će se naljuti, ali zbog svoje tupovosti da izgubi pare,
a ne gubi pare. Šta je to euro 2? Kad moraš da platiš nešto 40 evra, što ne platio 20?
Mi igre kupujemo ne tako malo, nego kupiš igru. Kupiš 10 puta tako.
Šta malo? Godišnje možda 5-10 igara, šta pričaš?
10 igara puta 3 evra. No ti 30 evra ima da kupiš još jednu igru.
I? Negdje moraš nešto da platiš, ne može uvijek sve džabe da bude, znaš. To hoću da kažem.
Ja sam istražio sve metode na Steamu, da...
Jesi probao ikada platiš?
Uvijek. Pa uvijek.
Sve metode. Jesi probao nekad da otvoriš užnik i da platiš, a ne da metodama platiš.
Iz svog džepa pade.
Ne, to ti je kao ono kad čovjek se moli Bogu, molim te Bože da vidim lotu, molim te Bože da vidim lotu. Bogu kaže, može, ali kaže bar jednom, kad platite lotu. Aron. 3174, dobro. Da ima koji si.
Ili ko nas Milan što je Page stavio. Lik pera je turski nalog za koliko? Za 27. Za 3.000 dinara. A ja mogu da ga kupim za 10 centi. I to mi je malo, ajde da kažeš. Stavi cenu.
Možda je nešto neka nameštaljka.
Stavi cenu u koliko, ali kažem, u 300-500 dinara, recimo se da napravi to. I ovo. Kad ga nameštaj, kad ga dobiješ prvi nalog i staviš s tim gardi, to ti je to. To ti je rešeno. Ako zabeležiš datum prve kupovine. 100%.
Okay.
Sad ću
Šta bi beka? Šta ti reka stari? A?
Kako spakava po Beogradu.
The 2006, whenever every single movie was 3D for no fucking reason and it was just bad. I think this is the same exact thing. It's like a technological fad that like, oh, we're gonna add this to it, and it's gonna be super cool and hip and new.
In many cases, the users want them to be on the blockchain, or the developers want them to be on the blockchain, but in reality, they don't need to be on the blockchain.
There's no
now, to
value
summarize
proposition.
this problem, I'm going to use an analogy. First, you should know that blockchain technology solves a few very specific problems. However, just because blockchain solves some problems well, doesn't mean it solves all problems well.
No.
Think about a wheel. A wheel works great on a car, because it allows the car to travel much faster with less resistance than if the car had square wheels, or if the car had no wheels at all. Even more so, wheels are actually pretty good on trucks because they're pretty similar to cars. And wheels are even great on lawnmowers for much of the same reason.
I would say so.
However, to continue our analogy, wheels are not that good on submarines. Even though they are a type of vehicle, they don't really need wheels to function well.
Well, what if you had like a really, really, really big wheel? And the wheel was so big that it would touch the bottom of the ocean?
Šta kaže stari beka?
And that way you could like drive around on the bottom of the ocean with the submarine.
Tako ti rekao, jel?
It would have, I mean, it would have to be really big, but like theoretically, maybe a wheel could be used in that situation. Write that down, yeah.
Since they're mostly underwater. Even more so, wheels are not needed on a phone or a computer. And if you did add wheels to these devices, you might even say it creates a new problem. Just because wheels are great at solving some problems doesn't mean they're great at solving every problem, or that we should use them all the time. And the same is true of blockchain technology. Blockchains offer very specific solutions to a few certain problems. Without going on and on, the best games out there are already working fine without blockchain technology. And the players who are playing those games aren't really crying out for the need of blockchain technology. Therefore, blockchain games could be seen as adding wheels to a phone. Maybe they're just not needed. I will make a note here and say that there's probably two places where blockchains may help solve two specific problems.
It's a very good point. Like, that's extremely fair. Totally fucking right. I could not have said it better myself.
In games.
Absolutely.
One place where they may fit well is in allowing users to own their own skins or in-game items. However, many development companies make money by continuing to sell certain things to game users over and over again. If you need more money, you just make a new skin.
Nemam pojma.
Explore, secure intel, and loot to gain access to new missions. Enemy threat is high, so expect contact.
Ja ne gavim pa I gađe tipo ne mais što non si jedi. Ja,
has increased in the area. Keep your eyes open.
Oh, holy me. Why do you want to tell what I see with?
Neki posebno dobar razlog je. Ili normalan Milan Belat.
Ovako vidiš, rekao da se 27 i klabu, on bi htio 1000 većih minimalno.
Roman_the_Russian. Welcome to my channel.
Hello, Mr. Roman. Okay. Nice. What? Area too hot. Okay. No, no, no.
Igram Dark Tide.
Approaching the target now. Locate and secure the hostage. All other personnel are considered hostile. Ultra One, the hostage is wearing an explosive vest. Defuse it before it detonates.
I'm over here! Help! Thank you. I thought I was going to die.
Ultra One, explosives disarmed. Proceed to an extract point with the hostage. Ultra One, exfil is inbound now. Move the hostage to the HLZ on your TAC map. waking up. Move to an extraction point. Ultra One, actual. Hostage is down. Advise you exfil the area at this time.
Legend.
Actual. Radiation is spreading through the area. Advise moving to an extract point. You're approaching the hostage location. Be advised, multiple targets on site.
Koji si level?
20.
Ultra One, actual. The hostage is wired with explosives. Disarm the vest and secure the objective.
Level u igri.
I'm over here.
Kapiram.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Ultra One, hostage is secure. Advise you move to an HLZ for extraction. Ultra One, move that hostage to the HLZ on your TAC map. Exfil Bird is inbound now. Get the hostage on the bird. Your call if you want to exfil with them.
Kako to odjedan put? A meni kaže vamo kako
Ultra One, exfil is RTB with the hostage.
ćeš jutro završiti. Da, sinoć.
Ultra One, your last deployment.
Da, ano za kad mi može reći? Tako ti je rekao, jel? Ej, jebote. Mora ja to sa njim.
Edo pičku mater.
Abasemafor. Welcome to my channel.
Welcome. No.
Yeah,
and then you sell it.
There's no advantage for the developer to allow a player to own their own skins. There's no good that the developer gets out of this. You see what I'm saying? So that's why this is never going to happen. That's why they don't care about it. CS:GO market? Well, wait a second. So you're telling me CS:GO can't shut down your account if you have a skin on it? Okay, then they can. Okay, so then you don't really own it. Okay, yeah, never mind.
Again, some say that if you actually give users the ability to...
If you can't protect something, you don't own it. If somebody can take it away from you, you don't own it.
Welcome to my channel.
You don't own it.
Sell their in-game items and create a secondary marketplace, you're actually reducing the total number of customers for the game development studio. For example, why would I buy a $20 in-game cape from a game developer when I could instead buy a used one from another player for $8? And I think maybe the second place they would be useful would be in-game marketplaces. But even so, this is just a single feature of a game and doesn't mean the entire game should be operated using blockchain technology. In both of these cases, the blockchain technology could be sprinkled in, but not built on top of. Wrapping it up, the reason a ton of play-to-earn games die is because of these 4 things. Number 1, they don't have a sustainable way to keep paying their players. Number 2, the games aren't fun.
Well, they do maybe have the reason why they don't have a sustainable way to keep paying their players is the largest amount of players that they're going to have is at the very beginning of the release of the game, and then it will consistently go down over time, usually very quickly. And then there are less people to buy the resources. Like it's common sense. And then the return that you get for farming the resources is low because you have too many resources, not enough buyers, supply and demand, common fucking sense. And then guess what? Nobody's making any money. So then you have the people that are farming make money leave too because they're not making money anymore.
Whenever you take away the earn part. Number 3, human motivation is volatile when it's paired with fluctuating rewards. And number 4, many games just don't need blockchain technology. As I end this video, I would love to see a conversation going on in the comment section below.
Well, the problem is that human motivation is volatile. Human motivation is very good whenever the rewards could be good or they could be bad. But whenever you're doing something where every single month you make less money, that's not volatility. That's not, oh, it's so volatile.
Au.
Welcome to Al Mazrah. Exploring, looting, and securing intel will open access to missions and targets. Expect resistance from local forces and watch for other operators in the AO.
Da znaš da nikad više ne trguješ, ja. Pa da. Da.
Ultra One, activity is increasing near your location. Stay alert. Ultra One, that intel confirmed the location of a transport moving high-value cargo. Secure the vehicle and deliver it to the HLZ. Target is marked on your TAC map. Actual to Ultra One, you're approaching the objective area. Vehicle is located in the warehouse building. Expect contact on target. Ultra One, this is Ashton. Use the keypad for entry. Access code is inbound. Ultra One, vehicle secure. Extract point is marked on your TAC map. Now get moving. Ultra One, you can locate cash reward contracts on your TAC map. Ultra One, we're seeing increased activity in the area. Stay sharp.
A nek donese to, bre. Za čega je to? Od teta ići, ako šta bude, to je dobra ploča, jebe u mati. Ne, u vrh. Ploča u vrhu, nema ništa. To je ploča premije.
Ultra One, activity has increased in the area. Keep your eyes open.
Tralalti. Welcome to my channel.
Kako meni ova igra brutalno radi, ovo nije realno je. Što je najveća fora, 10 puta mi bolje od Hunta radi, evo.
To nije teško, Kesić.
Activity in the area. Stay sharp. Ultra One, actual. Advise you equip your gas mask in this area, but keep your time on target limited. Hostile UAV in the area. One, activity is increasing near your location. Stay alert.
Što ovo baš čini? Svaki dan treniram. Ti s random igraš ili šta?
Ko ja?
Ma, back. Umro Slobo Vigović. Da. Godina.
Gdje je stakao?
Ne znam.
Rusija.
The enemy is on high alert. Proceed with caution.
sad vidim.
Ultra One actual. High winds are increasing in the AO. Move to an extract point before radiation spreads. Ultra One, be advised, you are approaching the hostage location now. Expect contact.
Sutra u 2.
شكرا يا عسل. يديك ألف عافية.
Ultra One, actual. Hostage secure. Move to an HLZ for extraction. Ultra One, exfil helo is inbound. Get that hostage to the designated LZ. Ultra One, actual. Winds are pushing radiation through the area. Advise moving to extraction when able. Ultra One, actual. Enemy UAV is in the airspace.
Actually _ Hannah. Welcome to my channel.
Dino 4. We're being ordered out of the AO. We can't stay here. I'm sorry.
Jesse Gardi jebote žive.
Ultra One, negative on extraction.
Niko nema dece nikad.
Cannot get you out.
Šta je bilo, Boris?
Ili znači... slomču. Bukvalno nervni slomču. Ovo ko da je đavo ušao u nju od jebote. Ovo đavo da je ušao u nju.
Tu malo šta?
Da.
Puštam.
Ja nekem kad već skače tu i vrišta. Pizdu mater. Znači, toliko mi se spava, ja ću umreti. Umreću, ej. Pozoricu. Šta da zovem kad je u Nemačkoj, kako da je zovem? Muka mi je koliko mi se spava.
Oh, smoke and chew them both for an extra nicotine surge. It's what carnies call the surf.
Well, that doesn't make much sense, but it sure is two things. Amber, we have something special. I want us to grow mold together.
Welcome to Al Mazrah.
Gdje ode Gardi?
Send01. Welcome to my channel.
A bježi, ne treba tih otrova više unositi u sebe. Bježi. Ma, samo nek su lepi. Ne treba mi ih u džabe. Da. Ilija, u četvrtak krećemo raditi, jesi pročitao, jesi?
Ne. Danas je ponedjeljak. Mislim, hvala za poruku.
Ide jetre na paštete za vojsku u četvrtak.
Znači dobili su limenki ili neki izjava? Danas je utorak, ili tako? Kurcima.
Se naspao? Evo vode.
Ja sam se davno stao. Hvala.
Veliki je koristi šta si ustao.
Tada i odlujem.
Ultra One, you're approaching the target now. Locate and secure the hostage. All other personnel are considered hostile. Advanced UAV deployed. Ultra One, intel suggests you took down a gun runner known as Machado. Confirm the kill to collect a bounty on him. PID on Machado, payment authorized.
Scientist locker key. F5.
امشي ابدا عم بفلفلك.
ها؟
بدي ارجع البيت. بترجع؟
لا un po' questi 2-3 danni.
Ultra One, actual. Wired with explosive. Disarm the vest and secure the objective.
Please, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Ultra One, hostage is secure. Advise you move to an HLZ for extraction. Ultra One, Xville is inbound now. Move the hostage to the HLZ on your tag.
A ja, evo cijelo jutro igram. Ma kak je ne pravim nikakvu pauzu.
Ultra One, be advised, enemy UAV is orbiting the area.
Da je mogu kroz zrak da protrči protrčom.
console, I'm losing more money this month.
Oh.
No.
That's like the opposite. It's just going down.
About what you think about this. Am I wrong? Do you have any rebuttals? Or maybe am I missing something? Drop a comment below and let me know what your thoughts are. Wrapping this up, I hope you've enjoyed this video. I really hope that maybe you've learned something. And most of all, I hope to see you in the next video.
This is a really good
video. And also a little bonus note.
Okay.
Apple and Google are fighting very hard to make sure that there are no crypto games in their app store because of the huge fees that Apple and Google charge for some of these in-game purchases and app downloads. Crypto transactions.
It's actually extremely true, and I think Apple and Google having a duo monopoly on app purchases and apps on smartphones nowadays is not in the benefit of the public and should be regulated extremely soon.
Are actually a huge competitor for them, so they're not going to be playing nice. This is probably why almost all play-to-earn games have been web-based and played in browsers and not mobile-based, which is actually a much, much larger industry. Just something to think about.
Right? They were. Absolutely. Google does not have a monopoly? No, it's like a duo monopoly. It's like Google and Apple. The two of them control, I would assume, 98 to 99.9% of duopoly. I don't know. I don't know how to say that. They have like.
Ultra One, we're seeing increased activity in the area. Stay sharp. Ultra One, use your TAC map to locate contracts awarding cash.
It's gonna get ugly real fast.
Mater pička.
Ultra One, activity is increasing near your location. Stay alert. Ultra One, the enemy is on high alert. Proceed with caution.
Čim malo zapucaš na ljude, oni odmah daju vatrotabanu. Uključujući i mene.
Ultra One, the enemy is on high alert. Proceed with caution. One, we're seeing increased activity in the area. Stay sharp. Actual to Ultra One, an enemy squad marked you as a high-value target. Your location is compromised. Ultra One, you have enemy operators incoming. Prepare for contact. Ultra One, actual. You're approaching the hostage location. Be advised, multiple targets on site. Ultra One, the hostage is rigged with explosives. Disarm now.
Thank you. I thought I was going to die.
Ultra One, explosives disarmed. Proceed to an extract point with the hostage. Ultra One, exfil helo is inbound. Get that hostage. Designated LZ.
You can suck my fat dick.
.98, 99% of it. Like, everywhere. Yeah, wasn't expecting this video to be good. Pretty surprised. I didn't know what to expect. I just saw it got recommended to me. I think this is a great fucking video. This is amazing. I like hearing it, and I think that the points that he brought up were very good. Every single point that he brought up totally made sense. The whiteboard crypto. So we actually watched the crypto video from somebody who actually does crypto videos, and it's not a meme. It actually was really well done. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, lucky me, I got a Windows phone. I don't know. I think video was so well made. Yeah, graphics were on point. Yeah, everything about this was really good. I'll link it to you guys again. You can give it some support. Maybe give it a like, subscribe if you like it. There you go. Microsoft control monopoly, not to mention the political club within the global sphere. Oh, I think so. You can download apps without the Play Store on Android, though, while on Apple you can't. Well, in my opinion, I think that they should... they should allow other ways to download them without like
it is
like
the
their
41st millennium.
That's ridiculous. And it's like once
For
you, as I said, once you
years,
control
the
enough
Imperium
of
has
the
dominated
market in
the
something,
galaxy.
I feel like it becomes in the public's best interest for there to be accountability.
There is
for that
only
control.
war.
I'll give you guys a really good example of that. How many of you guys live in a place where there's only one ISP? There's only one internet provider. Me? How's that working out? Is that good? Is your service good? No. That sucks. Isn't that crazy? Wow. I wonder why. Yeah, wow, look at that. What a surprise. Maybe it's because you can't go anywhere else. They've got you no matter what. Yeah, there we go. Depends on the service itself. I think that there's a general trend. Whenever you don't have any competition, this becomes a race to the bottom for quality. So yeah, you check out Lost Ark Balance Patch. I watched a few videos on it, yeah. I'm going to go ahead. It's 5 a.m. I think I'm going to go to sleep. As I said before, my AC broke yesterday, so now I've got to fucking fix this shit. Tomorrow, hopefully, I don't even know if the guy's going to be around. I'm going to have to wake up probably at fucking 11 p.m., 11 a.m. in like 6 hours to call him. I'm going to go ahead and just chill for like 5 or 10 minutes, answer some questions, etc. And then we're going to go offline. Yeah, my dad's been sick, and so I didn't get it taken care of yesterday because it was just simply more important for me to do that. It's rough, man. It's okay. I'm gonna survive, all right? It will be unpleasant, but luckily, like, I'm so glad it happened now whenever that it's not 95 degrees. You know, like, that's shit happens, that's life. Yeah, he's got a sinus infection or something like that. I like streaming this hour. I do not, because it fucks up my whole day. But, you know, like, I was busy today, and so I wanted to get caught up with everything. You still eat the same steaks? Yeah, I bought some today, actually. I had to go pick up a prescription from HEB, and I just got that at the same time. Yeah, like, I don't think anything else has really happened today, right? I pretty much covered everything. I'm trying to think. Is there anything important that I liked today? No. Not really. No, nothing. Transmog competition win? Soon, man. Cover LSF. Oh, the XQC stuff. I mean, I don't even know 10%.
Small streamers community. Welcome to my channel.
Where people are trying to say that those weren't his cars, bro, those were his cars. Those are his, like, I don't want to hear anybody tell me that anybody except for him has the right to those fucking cars. That was just, I couldn't even believe I was hearing it. It just sucks. No way those on the cars? I don't know.
Scuffling about the dark like heretics.
Try to make the best of it.
I don't know. But
heretics and darkness.
I think you should get all of the shit
all
back.
that's left here. This isn't the right enclave. Make for the skylink.
Steel yourselves.
Jeste, non si šasiraju.
Gdje se nadiš s timom?
Tako ti je to, jebi ga.
Lepo kažem ljudima da ne idu na mene, da će samo bez veze poginu, da sam izbacio stvari iz inventara. Ne.
Eating umbilical cords?
Oni idu da uzmu.
It isn't?
Ma igrao
The
sam
fur cords aren't literally
DMZ.
umbilical cords.
Warzone.
They're just likened to umbilical cords by the people describing.
Rekao sam da dođe, ne, rekao sam come and get me, to sam napisao. I uzeo sam otvori inventar i pobacao sam sve pare i sve. I kad su prišli blizu, našao sam random sobu i bacio sam snajper koji sam ponao, to je jedino što je moje. Sve ostalo sam, ostavio sam samo sebi M4 na onu MR-u, koju sam oteo od bota i municiju. Rekao sam im dođite.
Dođite, nećete.
I kampovao sam jedina vrata na koja mogu doći. I čovjek je mlako nešto gurao i ubijem ga što načeo fora. I krene da mi se vuče tamo i ja istrčim napolje da ga dokrajčim ga i njegov me ubije sa snajperom, pošto nisi imao ni jednu ploču. I ja napišem smiley. Ne, što skuplja se prodam. Znači da me neko, znaš, lovi tamo. Jednog bar da ubijem, to mi je bio cilj. Da će oni da ga dignu, ali to mene ne interesuje.
Defend me! I must find my wounds!
Understand what Melt says, but I respect his diligence. Hold fast! We'll see them all!
Fuck, man. What the fuck? Are you cleaning your head?
Boxbusters exploded! Pager! Energy!
Behold, another slain ranger!
Okay. Better heal yourself, Ken.
Ah, I finished that quest. See ya. What quest?
Precision fire!
Burn in hell, Tug Flamer!
About right in time!
You have been judged!
Austin 220 engaged!
That's us! Always been the kind and
Wait, it's getting close! No point in arguing. Down's the only way onward.
Salutations. Hadron online. Data inbound. Continue. Defend. Data stream ceased. You are certain you installed the data interrogator correctly. I can only imagine you attempted randomly, but that it worked. But it is now working.
No more time!
Data link back online. You are not a complete failure. Well done, I suppose. Data interrogation imminent. The interrogator refuses to work. Recommence.
I will not lose control. I will not.
Elevator access granted. Present your crypt key.
Watching your back! Shotgunner!
Sniper! Sniper!
Your weapon works better when loaded, Templar. Feral beast. There is a deceit in this mission, pilgrims. A hidden agenda.
I've heard that from everyone aboard ship is as loyal as they seem. You are a safer option.
Knew it. I just fucking knew it.
Waste of my unparalleled mind. More should have sent a blunt. Shirk not from the path ordained for you. He must have retarded.
Time to heal up, kindred.
misjudged your skill!
Iterative phase nearing completion. Intelligence not responding. Manual override required.
Mate! They're here to check!
Don't waste ammo! Wait for a clean shot!
Time for a grenade!
Grenade! Throwing grenade!
them, and they're likened to them because they represent a symbolic link between a child and a parent. The parents in this case are like weird Lovecraft outer space elder god things, so when you use the umbilical cord, you're establishing a link with them, like the...
Jesam li ja čovjek gušter?
The link between a parent and a child, but it's not literally the umbilical cord. The notion of you consuming the cord, you're not literally consuming the cord. What is happening is you're just using it in the same way that, like, you use the madman's knowledge item. That doesn't mean you're eating the skull. 3 of the 4 cords that we find in the game have been quote-unquote used before, and they still exist, so you're not eating them, don't worry. You're basically just putting it to your ear and listening, kind of like if you put a seashell to your ear, you can hear the ocean. It's sort of that principle. Make contact is a gesture that you get from a corpse in a late game area, and its real only function, like within the game, is that if you use it in front of a non-hostile enemy in another area, you will get an item. As for what it actually means in, like, the world of the game, what make contact is you placing your right arm perpendicular to your body and your left arm facing directly upward, so you're describing a kind of 90-degree angle, and then you very slowly move your arms to the opposite position, so you end up with your right arm facing upwards and your left arm facing sideways. The corpse that you find make contact on is on a balcony facing the moon, and the item you get for using it later in the game is the rune for moon. So, as far as I can make out, make contact is you kind of describing the motion of the moon across the sky from one horizon to another. And since Bloodborne is full of people trying to make contact with various things in the sky, that seems to be what it is. Everyone knows who Vardy is. Vardy is a Dark Souls YouTuber who did a lot of Dark Souls story videos, and he did some Bloodborne stuff, but like, Bloodborne fans are really obsessive and weird, so Vardy's Bloodborne content is kind of not as foundational as you might think, because people who got into Bloodborne wanted like 4-hour dissections of tiny little things, and Vardy is more about little self-contained tragic stories. Beastclaw is a weapon that you unlock in the optional procedural dungeons, because that's the only way to find it, a lot of people who either skip the dungeons or don't make much progress in them don't find Beast Claw, so that's why it's on the iceberg. It is a very weird weapon that puts you in a state where you constantly have a buff called Beasthood, and the way Beasthood works is the more damage you do, the more a little meter fills up, and the higher the meter is, the more damage you're doing, but the more damage you take, so it produces a sort of glass cannon effect. It also synergizes with a rune you find in the DLC to give you a different moveset, so it's actually a pretty deep and interesting weapon, but like I said, it's one a lot of people never see. Music Box vs Gascoigne is just a reference to the way that if you talk to a little girl behind a window, who is Gascoigne's daughter, she will give you a music box, and if you use that music box in the Gascoigne fight, it will temporarily stun Father Gascoigne. The music box is pretty helpful if you're just starting out, because Gascoigne is really fast and really strong, and he is going to be the first or second boss that you encounter. The Cleric Beast shortcut is a door in the Cleric Beast's boss arena.
Some use that atmospheric shield is! Every breath's a mouthful of cork and grit!
Makes a change from the bowels of downside, doesn't it?
Out beyond the high skin. Guys to kill for. And I have.
There's places like this on every world in the Imperium.
To get past security and access the vault, you need a cipher ident from the servitor colony. Go, go, go!
We stand ready and has glorious...
Znaš koja je razlika kad Minus ubaci svoje dreve i kad imam ove od AMD-a? 50 FPS-a. 50 jebeni FPS-a Minus pojede. Zato što misli da su njegovi dreveri bolji.
Za čega konkretno?
Za grafičku kartu.
Za grafičku su uvijek custom instalirali.
Znači, par puta mi se dešava, znači da Minus kaže ne, ovo je bolje, mi smo ovo promenjali. Izmenio sam im sve žive premisije, sve živo sam im zabranio.
Smack in the face!
We're going this way!
Chicks and fish, this labyrinth. Burn them out.
Keep racking them up, soldier!
A few more in the fight! Fall back, Kendrick! The battle!
Wow. Neće vodiš nas. Što su moji legani iz iskotka. Kaps. Molim Boga da dođu više te isto. Ja mislim da ide po novo. Yes. Evo dobijem 50.000 još.
One way trip! Come on!
Yep.
Seems we're at the point of no return.
Bahati si.
Prije sam te pogodio, treba se da cekneš.
Get some healing.
Medicate station! Gotta break out his death trap!
You'll need to realign the cargo elevator to access the servitor colony.
Last one! Throw it tonight! Forward for the Emperor! Skulls for the Golden Crown! Ammo for you, soldier! Limited ammo doesn't mean limited to you! My need was greater than yours.
Sniper! Where's that house?
No, get up from there! We triumph in the Gold Emperor's name! Kill confirmed! Partake of this ammo, Templar! Cargo elevator! Let's hope it works! Receive the Emperor's mercy! Scrapjars! Scrapjars!
Brate li mi danas nešto neka sredstva od 50 evra što su mi bila kao za kursnu razliku na 800 evra, znaš?
Opa.
No slušaj mi opa, ja sam morao na 800 još 50 da dam zbog kursne razlike.
A to za letovanje ili?
A, za prijatelja.
Ruko's dash! Learn! It's moving! Got it!
Gotcha!
Tamo.
Medicate station! Medicate station!
Kako mogu kaš?
Shot on target! Ammo!
Still working?
Time to get the cipher right then. Come on, we none of us getting any younger.
Got a gun!
Schiffe. To imamo ko slab.
Just striking armor by the good Emperor!
This is Hadron. Data inbound. Continue. Defend.
PS1 6 baš.
Connection lost. Compensate.
Here, yon hound!
Dobro, 110.
All praise the Messiah. Nothing is restored. Process failure. Reapply. This time pay more attention.
Upiši broj telefona.
Data interrogation.
Are you blind, Vincent?
Carcan interrogated.
Ti se ne možeš ni na jedan nalog da uđeš, a?
Cipher ident retrieved. Head on down through the hangars and let's crack that vault. To the false Emperor!
Ti stignuo?
Znači.
Neću ovaj, ovaj.
Znači da vidim ovaj. Ne vidim da mi je stiglo, ima samo našu.
Sigma, something! Lovely! A great big vault full of plagues. We're heading right into it! Just my Carcan lover.
Treba ubiti da je.
Just too good for them.
Se čekamo taj minut.
Kill confirmed! Med station! I need that!
Da ti ne čistiš ovo, a? Ovo ti je u školu,
Ammo crate! This way! Stand ready! Hold it!
Get ready!
Ready to kill!
Gdje vam pišu kada taj minut je ti? Šalo za turski. A ću ti reći mi za evropski.
Ammo here, Temple!
Stavili smo tvoje ime. Ne sjedemo nismo, čekaj. Treba tebe da vršiš da ti se ne puni u zezanje.
Hangar Delta 175's below you. Look for a way down.
Ovo ću uvijek da ti šušam.
Get it going, Cormac!
To je kad je?
Smijano.
Ne, mislim od kad ti je kanal ti.
Ima to da se desi. Baš. Da nije stiglo. Ne bi ti.
No effect! Find the weakness!
Taking the shot!
One-way trip! Come on! Throwing grenade!
Nemaš još neki? Mislio sam za ovo.
Ne, to mi je od glavnog.
Pucaj je ovo. Pucaj i imao desno za evropski. A za turski?
Bili turski ovaj.
Ali promenili smo mu, email smo promenili.
That's the exercise vault.
Ja imam samo ova dva, ne verujem da smo mi to.
Jesmo. Stavi taj drugi. Nije ti više nego onaj levini. X nešto ti, EX.
Successfully lost. Welcome to my channel.
Hello, Lost. Welcome.
To je ovaj što sad radim. Znam da imaš onaj još jedan ide EX nešto.
Do you want to make something of it?
Nije samo mimo preko ovog. Ima. Ajde.
Go there!
Eat this, ugly!
Let's slain the mutant!
Mi smo email adresu promenili. Ja mislim da si ti bio napravio email adresu za to.
What's the code? To hell with it. Meds!
Ja imam samo...
Pucaj dve telefona.
Isti.
Good shots!
Pucaj to dalje. Najviše se stavio.
Smashing capsule!
I've got you now!
Killed. Managed to arrest!
Što s to radio?
Oni se uglavnom sam smanjivo, ja on se sam smanji. Sam krenuo da slika ovako. I ja sam morao da ga...
A ti to nije toga. Oni su logo. Ti kamo muđe bake, što mi vješ malo. Ti je muđe bake za puskinom.
Samo, to je, idi na reveal, idi na reveal. Da, to je 79, a imam muđa bakar 96, to mi je najstariji, ne mogu da ga povratim. Ajde da editujem to, taj sniper. I sad mi je 7. Da vidim kad mi je taj.
Muđe bake.
That's so good! Just lifted me back on my feet! Let me on my feet!
Muđe.
We've got to stand together, yeah?
Help me! Squared away and good to fight!
Više nemam pristup.
Košimo čovjeka.
That you'd think would open up after beating the cleric beast and let you progress, but it never does. If you explore the map and kind of pay attention to where everything is lined up, that door actually leads into Cathedral Ward, and it has a little like entrance hall and everything, so if it weren't there, you could actually have walked from the cleric beast's arena through to Cathedral Ward, and that kind of sounds like something you really should be able to do, but can't. As far as we can tell, the reason this happens is that you were supposed to take that door initially, but there were loading issues with Cathedral Ward, so there was a chance that if you walked through that door, you would just end up in a void and fall into nothingness because the map wouldn't be there yet. So there is no way to open the door basically for safety reasons, and also it's not even a door, it's not a door object, it's actually just a wall with the door painted on it just to make absolutely sure you never open it. The guy in Ludwig's boss arena surviving refers to the character that you see in Ludwig's introductory cutscene who is begging you for mercy and warning you that Ludwig's coming. He is not just in the cutscene though, he's actually an NPC on the map, and like all NPCs, he has a health bar, and like he can die or he can survive. Since Ludwig is very fast and runs around the arena kind of randomly, he's almost certainly going to kill this little guy, but it's possible for him to survive the fight, and if he does nothing, he just laughs to himself. Nightmares stacked on top of each other. This is something that the DLC introduces and sort of loops back around into the main game. So, in the Nightmare Frontier area that's in the base game, you can see the masts of ships poking through the mist at the base of the area, but it's not really clear what's below you, you just see the masts of the ships, and it was a big mystery, like, well, what is going on here? So the DLC then kind of introduces the concept that actually all these nightmare areas, even though they seem distinct from one another, are kind of spatially located in a vertical stack, sort of like saying turtles all the way down, only it's nightmares all the way up. The way it introduces this is that in the Hunter's Nightmare area in the DLC, if you take a little side path, an enemy that you've never seen before falls out of the sky with absolutely no explanation, and if you look upward, there's nowhere for her to have fallen from, and it seems sort of weird and random, but then later on in another area, you can look down from there and see that the Hunter's Nightmare is beneath you, even though you couldn't see this area from the Nightmare. And the enemy that falls from the sky is actually an enemy from that area. So what it's kind of doing is saying, oh, okay, right now you're above the area you were in before, you just couldn't see it. And the area you can see the Hunter's Nightmare from has a bunch of wrecked ships in it, so presumably they're the source of the ship masts, and the Nightmare Frontier is above you now, you just can't see that. Also, since the nightmares have to be created by someone or something, if you look at how they're stacked, it's also chronological, with the most recent nightmare being at the bottom and the oldest nightmare being at the top, which also kind of implies that the top of the nightmare as far as we're concerned. There might be other nightmares above that, and it just goes on and on into infinity. Yosefka is an imposter, so like, if we want to be completely pedantic, Yosefka isn't an imposter because you meet the real Yosefka at the start of the game, and she is who she says she is. What happens is that after you beat Father Gascoigne and enter Erden Chapel, if you go back to where you meet Yosefka, there is someone else in her place who is not necessarily pretending to be her, but pretending to have the same function of her as a doctor. And while the real Yosefka is very, very adamant about not exposing her patients to infection and trying to heal them, the woman who replaces her is the opposite. She is saying, send as many people to me as you can, and she's doing that because she wants to experiment on them. And this opens up a little side quest where if you've got no conscience, you can start sending people to the imposter and she'll experiment on them and give you rare items in return. Brain of Mensis rune is what I was talking about under Make Contact. If you do make contact to the Brain of Mensis, you will get the Moon rune from it. It has to be in the Abyss when you do it, though. If you try doing Make Contact while it's on the bridge, you will not get the runes. It's actually tied to the physical place you're standing in, rather than whether the brain is alive or not. Lesser amygdala is just the name given to the amygdala that are stuck to buildings. The boss is referred to as Greater Amygdala. They might seem like they're the same design, but the boss version doesn't have any tentacles around its face, so that's about it though. Also, the boss version can die and the lesser ones are functionally immortal, which makes you wonder why those are the lesser ones. Okay, we are now touching the top of the iceberg and we have 60 insight. So 60 insight is the final breakpoint after which you stop getting environmental effects from insight, and that final effect is that you can hear Murgo crying. Even though that's the cap for different environmental changes, your frenzy and beasthood resistances will still scale relative to insight up until 99. The old load screen is just the word Bloodborne on a black background. This is kind of relevant because the previous two From games... mods, which were Dark Souls and Dark Souls 2, they gave you item text when the game was loading, like they'd randomly show an item description to you instead of a loading screen. And because a lot of the story of those games is contained in those item descriptions, it helped people kind of familiarize themselves with the world. Bloodborne initially didn't do this, and a lot of people actually credit that with why they had a much stronger first impression of the game, because there's so many like weird twists in Bloodborne that running across a random item description that foreshadowed them on a loading screen would kind of have spoiled them. The Winter Lantern is made up of messengers. So the Winter Lantern is an enemy in the game that has a gigantic brain, and if you look closely at the brain, which most people don't because looking at the thing kills you, if you do this, you can see that its brain is made up of a bunch of the messengers sort of like squidged into a giant blob, kind of like a pile of melted jelly babies. The same thing is also true of the Mensis brain. What this actually means is kind of unclear, but like I've noticed that the Nightmare Crawler is referenced later on, so we'll talk a bit more about messengers then. Queen Yharnam is a character who you will encounter twice if you stick to the game's critical path. She is a ghostly woman in a wedding dress with a blood-stained abdomen. She first appears after you beat Rom the Vacuous Spider on the lake when the moon comes down, and then you'll meet her again in the Nightmare of Mensis just before you fight the Wet Nurse. At this point you don't really know anything about her, except that just based on like where you find her and what is happening, it's pretty clear that she is the mother of the child that has been kidnapped and is being used in the Mensis ritual. If you go into the Chalice dungeons and make it all the way to the bottom though, she is the final boss, and you meet her kind of in her prime because the Chalice dungeons are sort of outside of linear time in a way that the game doesn't really explain, but is also the only way that they make any sense at all. And yeah, you meet her when she is the Queen of Fumaru, and her name is Yharnam. Uncanny weapon variants are just weapons that have slightly different bludgeon slots. They come in two versions, there's Uncanny and Lost, and you can only get them in the Chalice dungeons. The way you find them is different depending on whether it's a base game or DLC weapon. The base game weapons are just found as treasure in treasure coffins throughout the chalices, and you don't need to have the base weapon to find the Uncanny or Lost variants, whereas if it's a DLC weapon, you find them in the Chalice messenger baths that sometimes spawn that you can buy things from. If you go to those and you go to the weapon tab, they will have the Uncanny and Lost variants, but only of weapons that you've already got. They didn't integrate the DLC into the chalices very well, unfortunately. Fishing Hamlet Slug Farm is just an area in the Fishing Hamlet that you'll run through it a bunch of times. You won't miss it if you've done the area because you have to go there. What's I think the reason it's on the iceberg is that it may not be apparent that it's a slug farm. It might just think this room has a lot of slugs in it. But no, yeah, they are farming the slugs. Basically the story behind the Fishing Hamlet is that they were like a normal fishing village, and then they encountered this eldritch slug whale thing called Koz, and they started farming the parasites that they found on her body. So that's what they're doing there. That's why the ships are all ranked and everything, because they've given up fishing. They just live off slugs now. Hunter Room in the Fishing Hamlet refers to the corpse that you see at the very beginning of the area. You'll notice that it is decapitated and hung in such a way that it resembles the hunter's mark that your character is branded with. This is true of a lot of the corpses in the game. They are hung in this position, and there's actually a whole video on that on this very channel. Berserk is a manga by the unfortunately recently passed Kentaro Miura, and it is a favorite of Hidetaka Miyazaki to the point that like everything he does ends up with all of these Berserk references in it, and by references I mean he just seems to copy bits and pieces of Berserk and put them in things. It's a lot more obvious in Demon Souls and Dark Souls because those already had that like fantasy medieval setting. Bloodborne's setting kind of lends itself less to that, although if you look at like the executioner enemies are quite clearly based on Basuzo from Berserk, and then you've also got little plot points like the human sacrifice to summon an eclipse. There's also like the hunter's mark looks like and also kind of works like the brand of sacrifice from Berserk. And there's like little things, like I think the design of the amygdala with the very, very long arms and fingers is maybe a little influenced by Void from Berserk. But yeah, if you want a manga that influenced Bloodborne, I would actually recommend looking at Junji Ito's Uzumaki. Dura knows the doll. Does Dura know the doll? This is a little confusing. Basically, Dura will talk to you as though he understands that like hunters have the ability to dream, and that the way that they dream is kind of giving them a form of immortality. Like he accepts this, he talks to you like he knows you're going to keep coming back and he can't kill you, and he's sort of begging you to like, you have this night to dream, so don't waste it. So this implies that he's been to the hunter's dream and consequently would know the doll, but he never mentions the doll, and I'm saying this, I'm being a little pedantic here because Eileen actually does explicitly mention the doll. So Eileen knows the doll, Dura may or may not know the doll. The church causing the scourge of Old Yharnam is something that the game, for all intents and purposes, does straight up say happened, but it does it through a bunch of little, like, implications. So the Beast Blood pellet item is something that the Healing Church make. They don't tell you that they make it, but you find it in the church research hall, and the way that you actually unlock them as something you can buy is through using the choir's badge. And the places you find Beast Blood pellets, excluding Nightmares, are Old Yharnam and Forbidden Woods. So if you go to Forbidden Woods, there is a guy there who will give you Beast Blood pellets, and it's sort of ambiguous as to who he is, but he is essentially like a pusher. He's like pushing Beast Blood on you, and you find tons of Beast Blood lying around that area, so it's like he seems to be kind of pushing Beast Blood on the people in Forbidden Woods. And even though his allegiances are ambiguous, what he's wearing is a garb that we're told the Healing Church wear to disguise themselves and blend in. So we have evidence there of the Healing Church deliberately infecting somewhere that's like far enough away from them that it won't affect them with Beast Blood. And then there's also references on the antidote to like a mysterious illness that no one understood that suddenly took hold of Old Yharnam, and the Healing Church kind of stepped in to fix it. So basically the implication here is that the Healing Church found this older, sort of poorer, less significant part of Yharnam and deliberately infected everyone there with this Beast Blood to see what would happen. And the area that you run through is what happened. Nightmare Crawlers having messengers under them is like the same deal as the Winter Lantern. When they raise up, you can see that there's this sort of congealed mess of messengers underneath them. This makes a little more kind of in-game thematic sense than the Winter Lanterns though, because if you look at the design of the crawlers, they look a lot like Kos, and when you see Koz's corpse, she's been cut open and her child has been taken from inside of her womb. So the crawlers sort of function as a little like manifestation of what happened to Kos, like a little sort of creature that's born out of trauma. So the placement of the messengers makes sense there, in a way that, like, on the Winter Lanterns, it's just sort of a little bit baffling. Dark Souls 1 DLC is a reference to possibly two things. The first is that the Artorias of the Abyss DLC features a character called Marvelous Chester, who, if you talk to him, tells you that he was basically snatched from somewhere else in the future and taken back to Wardroom. And if you look at Chester's design, he is wearing a top hat and a very long coat, which makes him look way more like a Bloodborne character than a Dark Souls character. So this leads to this theory that, like, Chester is some sort of Bloodborne Easter egg that they put in the game to kind of tease that Bloodborne was coming. The other thing it could be referring to is that old Bloodborne Alpha assets were actually found inside the files for Artorias of the Abyss because they were working on them in parallel. This might also explain what the deal with Chester is, because they were probably experimenting with like the cloth physics and materials they were going to use in Bloodborne, and that influenced the design of Chester, rather than Chester being this like deliberate sort of Easter egg thing. Abandoned Old Workshop is Gurman's Abandoned Old Workshop. It is an optional area in the game that you find by falling down a series of fairly dangerous drops inside the Healing Church Workshop, and it is the building that the Hunter's Dream is a sort of idealized memory of. It's very small, it's actually smaller than the Hunter's Dream, and there's no enemies there, but there are a bunch of items that fill in the story. The Bone Ash Hunter set is something that, like the Beast Claw, you can only find if you explore the procedural dungeons. It is an armor set with a big witch hat, and it has very high physical and fire defense, so it's worth tracking down. Alright, we are now below the surface of the water with our buddy Howard. Day 1 patch workshop note refers to a difference in the item descriptions that was patched in on a Day 1 patch, so even people who played Bloodborne like the day it came out likely didn't see this because the game hacked as soon as they put it in. But if you like uninstall the game, get an original release copy, disconnect your PS4 from the internet, and then play it, you will get slightly different text on the third umbilical cord that you find in the workshop. So of the 4 chords in the game, the workshop chord does not give you a point of origin or like mention anyone who was involved in finding it or searching for it. It just says that it was responsible for beckoning the moon. But the Day 1 patch specifies that it came from the child of the Cainhurst Filebloods. And that's interesting because if you factor that back in, a lot of parts of the game that seem like vague and weird around Cainhurst sort of click together. The research hall is Bergenworth. No, it's not. I think this is a typo. The research hall is the Clock Tower Cathedral area from the DLC, and it's pretty obviously not Bergenworth because it's in the Grand Cathedral in Yharnam. There is an area called the Lecture Hall though, and the Lecture Hall is Bergenworth. Basically, the Lecture Hall is floating in a void, but if you look at what is there and who is there and like what the notes are talking about and everything, it's pretty clearly supposed to be Bergenworth. But like a part of Bergenworth that disappeared got sucked into the void somehow, which like sounds fine on the surface, but the problem is that when you go to Bergenworth, there's nowhere for the hall to have actually gone because Bergenworth is tiny and most of it is a lake. The technical answer is that this literally is part of Bergenworth. They are on the same map. It's just that they make the lecture hall invisible so you can't see it, but they are the same map, and the reason they're the same map is that there's an earlier version of Bergenworth that's a much bigger building. It's much more like a university campus than someone's study, and that would have had a freestanding lecture building that was just there, it wasn't in the nightmare. So basically, when they pared Bergenworth down, they moved the lecture hall area to this like weird void, and it's also worth pointing out that the Japanese item descriptions straight up call this the Bergenworth Lecture Hall. So it's not even a question in that version of the game, it's something that was introduced by the localization. Music Box versus Bell is a very odd interaction that you can get in the Chalice dungeons. Basically, in the chalices, you sometimes find these really big bells hanging from the ceiling of rooms, and if you strike the bell with a weapon or a projectile, it will ring and attract enemies. The weird part is that if you use Gascoigne's music box in front of the bell, it also behaves like it's being struck. I don't exactly know how this works, but I think it's probably that the way the music box functions is that it's a very, very specific AoE attack that only affects Gascoigne. But if you use it near the bell, like, there's some flag on the bell that's making it respond to just any attack it picks up. So the music box is triggering the bell. This would also explain something people report happening, where if they use the music box on the Murgo's wet nurse boss, she will sidestep. I think that's the same deal. I think her AI is picking up that, like, the music box is doing a projectile damage attack and she's trying to dodge it. I'm not 100%, but like that sort of makes sense to me. DMC Redgrave is a friend of mine and a friend of Sin's, and he has been on this channel many, many times. He was the first person, at least in the English-speaking fan community, to kind of collate everything about Bloodborne, from like all the item descriptions and dialogue and everything, into a big kind of story guide called the Pale Blood Hunt. And because it was the first of its kind, it became this foundational thing when people were discussing Bloodborne's story and how everything fitted together. After Redgrave finished with that, he moved to YouTube and made a series of videos called Little Things in Yharnam, where rather than talking about the story as a whole, he went into like little tiny details like flowers and coffins and things like that. He stopped making those a while ago, but he's continued to hang around the fandom, and like I said, he's on this channel a fair bit, and his old videos are still up, as is the Pale Blood Hunt. Shadow over Innsmouth is a short story by Howard over there, and it is about an isolated insular fishing village where the people are mutating into half-human, half-fish things called the Deep Ones. And if that sounds a lot like the fishing hamlet area from Bloodborne, they agree with you, because the internal name for the fish people is Deep Ones. If you think, oh, that also sounds a lot like the Mibu village from Sekiro, the internal name for them is Innsmouth. Areas unaffected by Blood Moon. Alright, so what happens after you beat Rom the Vacuous Spider in Byrgenwerth is that a huge red moon appears in the sky, which we can assume is also at Byrgenwerth, and then you pass out and you wake up in Yahar'gul and discover that the same moon is now hanging over the city, and it's basically wrecked everything and turned people into beasts and stuff. So you might think, oh, I wonder what this big moon did to the rest of the game, but it really only affects the Yharnam areas and not even all of them. Like, it won't affect all Yharnam at all. So like Byrgenwerth, Hemwick, Forbidden Woods, Kanehurst, they're just not affected at all by the red moon. They just keep the nighttime skybox and nothing changes. Project Beast is one of the fairly large number of working titles that Bloodborne had, but it was the title that was used on a leaked trailer that was the first look we really got at how Bloodborne was going to look and play. And because of that, that build of Bloodborne is kind of colloquially referred to as Project Beast, even though it had like 6 different names at that point. Madman's Knowledge as a slug refers to the way that the graphic for Madman's Knowledge shows a skull breaking open and this like sort of eldritch energy breaking through. And if you look at the design of the energy, it's a picture of a slug. The game makes a point of associating eldritch knowledge with slugs, so it's why you get like the Empty Phantasm Shell and the Augur of Ebrietas and a Call Beyond and a Black Sky Eye. They've all got slugs all over them. Skybox change after Gascoigne refers to the way the skybox, well, it doesn't really change after Gascoigne technically, it changes when you enter Erden Chapel. The thing is that unlike the change from evening to night or night to the red moon, it's not terribly dramatic. so it's easy to miss that it's happened, but the skybox and lighting are different, and that also triggers a number of events, like Yosef getting replaced by the imposter. Yharnam's map geometry doesn't line up refers to the way that the game just cheats space within Yharnam for a number of reasons. It's not like terribly egregious though, considering this came after Dark Souls 2, where you can get an elevator from the top of a tower to the base of a volcano that you couldn't see from the tower. The best example is probably the path to Old Yharnam, where you go down a bunch of stairs and pathways that, if you look at them from outside, just like straight up don't exist. There's also some places where the interior of a building will extend beyond its exterior, and you just don't notice from the outside because they colour. Other than that though, it lines up extremely well. Hail the Nightmare lyrics. Hail the Nightmare is the hymn that you hear being sung in Yaha Hall prior to the Red Moon, and it has lyrics that are in Latin. The lyrics were never officially released, but there have been attempts to transcribe it, and what I would reckon to be the most accurate transcription is by a friend of mine. She is Italian, so I trust her ability to hear Latin, basically. I won't actually read them all out, but basically the lyrics are kind of counterpointing someone talking about being cursed with references to a sleeping slug and something silver that is in dark waters. This is another piece of recurring imagery that we get throughout the game, where the search for enlightenment is likened to trying to see something that is on the other side of a cloudy or dark body of water. So yeah, silver in the dark water, similar to Mikolash talking about the lake of mud obscuring his sight, and the way that Provost Willem, when you meet him, is looking at a reflected moon in the dark waters of the lake outside Bergen. Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath is another story by Howard, and it is about visiting a series of like alternate realities that you reach by dreaming, and the minds that are there have the ability to kind of affect what is happening in them. So it's sort of where Bloodborne gets its cosmology of dreamlands from. The creatures described in Kadath are also the basis of a number of Bloodborne's monsters. In particular, the silver beasts that you meet in the Nightmare are patterned after creatures in Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath that are called ghosts. The Bergenworth basement does not exist. Basically, there is a trapdoor on the floor of Bergenworth that presumably maybe led to a basement at some point, but it doesn't anymore. There's nowhere to get it to open, and even if you did open it, there's nothing underneath it. It looks like there was a large underground area in Bergenworth, like in an earlier version of the game. The Tomb Prospectors are a community on Reddit and Discord who are dedicated to exploring and testing and mapping out how things work in the procedural dungeons. And they have actually mapped out all possible permutations of the dungeons at this point. So if you have any questions about the procedural dungeons, head over to Tomb Prospectors because they absolutely will know the answer. Lance McDonald is a data miner and hacker who has looked into both the retail build of Bloodborne and some like pre-retail builds of Bloodborne and dug up like bits and pieces of data in order to restore either partially or completely material that was cut from the finished game. So things like the doll's old voice acting, enemies that aren't there anymore, areas you can't get to anymore, and that's all on his YouTube channel if you want to check it out. Saw Cleaver, only weapon with 2R2 animations. Yeah, this is really, really odd. It's a very strange piece of trivia. Basically, every weapon in the game will have like one R2 animation, like a heavy attack, but the Saw Cleaver has a unique kind of R2 follow-up if you use it after you've done a charged R2 attack. Like, you get a different follow-up attack, and I don't know enough about, like, hitboxes or AR to know if it's any good or ever useful. But yeah, it does indeed have 2 R2 attacks, and the other weapons don't. Pale Blood, oh god, there's a reference to Pale Blood further down the iceberg, so I'll talk about it then. But, like, I'll just say now, Pale Blood is something that is, I think, obfuscated by the people who obsess over it, because as far as I'm concerned, like, Pale Blood is a very basic, like, piece of misdirection that the game just tells you about up front, so I don't know, we'll talk about that when we get there. Jerk Sans Frontier, that's me! Yeah, hi, I'm on this iceberg. So, I made a bunch of Bloodborne videos around, like, 2015, 2016, and then I sort of dropped off the map a bit, and reappeared on this channel, where you're hearing this. There was some, like, half-decent stuff there, but at the same time, like, I was in a very, very bad state, mentally and physically at the time, and I sort of didn't want to admit to myself why the themes of Bloodborne were really getting to me, so I dodged a lot of stuff I think is much more interesting, and that's what I've been talking about here, and I think those videos are much better than the old ones, even though they have, like, in some cases, like 5% of the views. The old videos are delisted, they're still on the channel in a playlist, but you can't find them by searching for them. Alright, further down the iceberg, we are at Brain Sucker tier. Rom's leg sockets. Yeah, she has leg sockets. If you were wondering why Rom the vacuous spider looks like a caterpillar with a whole lot of little legs under her body, but summons, like, tiny versions of herself that have 8 legs sticking out the side like a spider, that's because she did used to have 8 legs like a spider, and they slotted in those little holes on the side of her body. And you can see how that fitted together still if you look at the dead corpse that might be Rom, might not be Rom, it's never explained, on the Altar of Despair. It's got the spider legs. Hemwick is the source of bone marrow ash is just like, I don't know why this is so deep on the iceberg. It's not, like, confusing. If you look at the bone marrow ash item, it just straight up says that it came from Hemwick. Something I guess you can sort of miss because the game doesn't signpost it, is that Hemwick is a gigantic crematorium. Those little houses you see with all the smoke billowing out the top, the smoke is there because they're ovens. And the little pipes that you see sticking out of the wall, the smoke's coming out of those because they're ovens. And presumably the, like, sort of goop you find on the side of the pipe is, like, residual melted person? Who wrote Seek Pale Blood? Oh my god. Alright. Before the game even starts, before we have created a character, before we do anything, the Blood Minister says to us, oh yes, Pale Blood. Well, you've come to the right place. So clearly he is responding to us, and we have mentioned Pale Blood to him, and he is saying, well, if you're looking for Pale Blood, this is the place to go. So we came to Yharnam knowing about something called Pale Blood, maybe not what it was, but we knew to seek Pale Blood, that's why we came there. When we wake up from the ministration, we are told explicitly that we have amnesia, and all we really have to go off is this handwritten note that says, seek Pale Blood to transcend the hunt. And when we ask people in Yharnam about Pale Blood, they don't know what it is. So all evidence points to, that's our note, and it's why we came to Yharnam. We might not have written it, but it's almost certainly our note. Nightmare Frontier is Lauren. Yeah, again, this is something that, like, it's very, very, very heavily implied to the point where they may as well have outright said it, but because they don't outright say it, people continue to, like, argue about this. So, Lauren is somewhere that we explore the ruins of, and as we're doing that and learning more about Lauren, the game is constantly comparing Lauren to Yharnam by saying, oh, Lauren also had a beast outbreak and Lauren had a medical church. The medical church may have made it worse. The means by which we access Lauren is a bunch of stuff that we find in the Nightmare Frontier, and we also find that there's enemies in the Nightmare Frontier that are straight up referred to as being from Lauren if we visit them in the Chalice dungeons. And then when we go to the Nightmare of Mensis, which we're just going to say is part of the Nightmare Frontier basically, because it's got the same enemies and everything, when we go there, you can see that like the big castle that dominates it is very, very similar to the Healing Church's Grand Cathedral. So like there's beasts, there's a big bridge, there's the big mutated ogre people, the skyline is dominated by this big glowing thing that's kind of like the astral clock, and also kind of like the astral clock there's a giant brain inside. So the implication is that the nightmare areas are kind of to Lauren what the Hunter's Nightmare is to Yharnam. It's this like distorted sort of trauma memory that's been given physical form, but because we just found it without context for what Lauren was, it just seems like this weird hellscape. And of course what this basically means is that the next time this all plays out, humans will probably find the Hunter's Nightmare and not know what it is, and that will be their Nightmare Frontier, and this will all happen again. Vadi Vidya Plagiarism is 6-year-old e-drama revolving around people I am personal friends with, and I can tell you right now that they've moved on, and they'd really like it if everyone else also moved on. Plot is centered around the Mensis ritual, is basically why our hunt is different from the other hunts that came before. So our hunt starts off like quote-unquote normally, that's why Gurman is like, hey, go kill a few beasts and don't think about this. But what ultimately ends up happening is that because we're hunting on the night that the School of Mensis perform their ritual, we get caught up in that. And that's why like all this weird shit goes down and the city is functionally destroyed by the end of it. I'm not really sure what Alpha Skybox refers to. The Alpha Skybox is different. Like, you start the game at night, but there's also, like, a really nice, daylight effect. You do see the daylight effect in-game if you wake up from the Yharnam Sunrise ending, but that lighting exists in other maps. Like, it's used in Hemwick in the Project Beast trailer. So yeah, this is a remnant of when, like, you were going to start the game in Hemwick and it would have been the day, basically. Whereas now we start the game in Yharnam and I think it's canonically 3 PM based on internal notes. O Flora of the Moon is a prayer that the doll says, and firstly, it's random that she will say it, but it is also only randomly going to happen if certain other factors are lined up. So it's something that people, like, never hear either because they just never hear it or because they find themselves in a game state where it can't possibly happen. Basically, the doll is asking something she calls Flora of the Moon of the Dream to watch over the hunter during the hunt and keep them safe. This is another situation where there's a fairly obvious, I think, answer, which is that Flora is the moon presence, because the moon presence is something that is literally of the moon of the dream and is watching over the hunter. And there would have been a line from Gurman that confirmed this, but they didn't use it. But like I said, nothing else really fits the description of being of the moon of the dream and watching over the hunter, other than the messengers, but she actually addresses the messengers separately. So the simplest explanation, and what would have been like a cut and dried explanation, is that the doll is praying to the moon presence. The doll bleeds pale blood. The doll bleeds like a weird grey fluid if you hit her, so I don't really like, people endlessly looking around the game for examples of stuff that could be literal pale blood. The game even outright says dolls don't bleed, so... Yanamite in intro has blood-drunk eye. He does. If you look at the Yanamite's eye, which is sort of hard to miss because the camera zooms in on it, when he's held at gunpoint, he has the sort of collapsed pattern on it that the Eye of the Blood-Drunk Hunter has, and fans speculate this could be because the Yanamite in the intro is a blood-drunk hunter. The Labyrinth Mole is a really rare enemy that you find in the Chalice dungeons. It's not the rarest, but it's the rarest that, like, has a unique model and everything. You can find rarer ones, but they're like variants that will either be like a bigger variant, or it'll have a different buff, or it'll have slightly different weapons, or something like that. But the Labyrinth Mole was a wholly unique creature, and it was discovered a few months after the game actually launched, which led to this sort of resurgence of interest in, like, well, what else is down in the Chalice dungeons? Because you can share dungeons, you can pretty easily find one that's got a Labyrinth Mole in it. And,
Shug82.
yeah, they're cute.
Welcome to my channel.
Chalice Illusory Walls. So, unlike Demon Souls, Dark Souls, and Dark Souls 2, there aren't any illusory walls or hidden passages in the base game of Bloodborne, by which I mean, like, above ground in Yharnam, but they do exist in the Chalices, and because they don't exist outside the Chalices, people sort of don't think to look for them sometimes because they're not used to thinking of them as being a Bloodborne thing, but they do exist. Alright, Amygdala tier, let's go. Ariana is from Canehurst. This is literally just part of the plot. I don't know why it's this deep on the iceberg. Basically, Ariana is wearing a very distinct dress that you find a copy of in Canehurst, and if you examine it, it straight up says, like, this is a dress that is worn by people who are from Canehurst. Ariana's blood vial also says that, like, there's something about her blood that is strange and corrupted, which fits with the Canehurst vial bloods. And her heritage and her bloodline actually play a crucial point in the story if you do rescue her, because her heritage as someone from Canehurst is what allows Formless Erden to use her to give birth to his child. So, like, this is a really important part of the story. I don't know why it's as low on the iceberg. If you want a low iceberg Ariana thing, I would say that the kid with blonde hair in one of the Canehurst portraits, that might actually be Ariana, because if you assume she was rescued from the castle as a child. So yeah, that's iceberg material. Bloodborne art book. Again, not entirely sure why this is so low on the iceberg. The art book is an art book. It's got all the Bloodborne concept art in it. The importance of the art book, I think, really is that you can get official names for enemies because they're written next to the concept art of them. Because the art book didn't come out at the same time as the game, fandom sort of invented names for certain enemies that caught on, and, like, to this day, people who were involved in the fandom in, like, 2015 will sometimes call enemies by weird names, like, Bound Widows or Migo Zombies or something. That's just, like, a fan name that kind of stuck. Yharnam was built by Pthumerians is another one of those things that's, like, a fairly integral part of the world and is essentially explicitly stated. It's just that they don't use the words. Yharnam was built by Pthumerians. Basically, the Chalice dungeons that you explore, those are the catacombs that are underneath Yharnam. Like, they're just historical ruins that the city is built above. And the more you explore them, the more it fleshes out this story of this race of basically, like, underground vampire people who were called the Pthumerians, and you can find little bits and pieces of, like, Pthumerian designs and Pthumerian traditions and things that are in the dungeons and also above ground in Yharnam. So, and you also learn at the very base of the dungeons that the name Yharnam is a Thumerian word. So basically, the Thumerians just built up and up and up until they popped out of the surface, and that city over the generations became Yharnam, and that's why Yharnam is full of weird people who are obsessed with blood. Music Box versus Murgo's Wet Nurse is something that I already talked about. Basically, if you use the Music Box on Murgo's Wet Nurse, she will sometimes sidestep, and like I said, I think this is because the game considers the Music Box to be a kind of attack. So when the Wet Nurse sees you using it, she attempts to dodge. The reason, this became significant is that the Wet Nurse's theme that plays during the boss fight is the music from the Music Box, which led to this whole theory that, well, she's sidestepping because there's some connection, but like I said, I'm fairly sure it is just because she is trying to dodge an attack that doesn't exist. Shadows of Yharnam are Yharnam's bodyguards. Yeah, this is it's a little piece of, structured misdirection that the game throws at you that I think some people just think is random, but it's not. Basically, you encounter these strange robed figures called the Shadows of Yharnam, and if it's your first time playing, you're likely going to assume, oh, Shadows of Yharnam. They are shadows of the city of Yharnam. Then after the Shadows, you encounter Queen Yharnam, and then much later on in the game, you encounter the Shadows again, followed by Queen Yharnam again. So, at this point, you don't realize that her name is Queen Yharnam, but once you do, it all sort of snaps into place because, oh, the Shadows of Yharnam are actually the Shadows of Queen Yharnam. They are her agents/bodyguards. The Japanese script differences are something that only really matter if you are having a very, very in-depth discussion of something. They don't really at all impact on your understanding of the basic story or the basic characters. This channel actually has quite a lot of videos covering them if you are interested. Rom is a she is something that Miyazaki initially confirmed, at least to the English-speaking fandom, in an interview that he gave where he was talking about Rom and calling her she. It's also worth noting that her Japanese name it's not like Rom the Space Knight, it's Roma, like the tomato. And Roma is a much more feminine sounding name that I think they probably didn't go with because Roma is also an ethnicity. Impurity Rune depicts a bloodletting is one reading of the rune. Basically the Impurity Rune sort of has these little dots along the side that you might interpret as drops of blood. I think the Carol Rune designs in general tend to be a lot more abstract than just literal sort of simplified drawings of things. Lawrence is the bloodletting beast is something that caused a lot of grief early on. Basically, you encounter Lawrence's skull, and it's clearly a transformed beast skull with a fracture along one side of it. And then way later on, you encounter a boss called the Bloodletting Beast that has a fracture along the same part of its head. And then even later on, you encounter it again, and it's being decapitated, and the head has been removed. So it's another one of those situations where, this thing is all but said outright, and because it's not actually fully literally said outright, people get angry and continue to argue about it. The DLC made it a little more confusing by adding a Lawrence fight, but the fight happens in this nightmare hellscape, and the Lawrence you're fighting is a thing with lava for blood. And one doesn't really contradict the other because there's plenty of characters who you meet in one state in the waking world and then a different kind of transformed state in the nightmare. Sekiro Tease is a reference to the character of Old Hunter Yamamura that they added in the DLC. Basically, this is similar to the Dark Souls 1 DLC with Chester situation. Yamamura being a samurai and like someone from the East who dresses in traditional like Japanese looking garb is thought to be a like deliberate sort of foreshadowing of what they were doing in Sekiro. Also similar to Chester, like it could be an intentional little tease, but it could also just be that they were working on both and kind of had samurai on the brain. Either way, of course, he does still foreshadow Sekiro. Sekiro also being a game where people's bodies are full of centipedes, and there is a mysterious village where they turn into fish. Developer chalices are chalice dungeons that exist in the game data, but are not accessible through normal means. It is possible to access them using a save editor, and because of the way Bloodborne handles chalices, it's possible to, once you've accessed them, just share them on the server like any other dungeon. They're kind of dangerous to mess around with though, because some of them can corrupt your save data, and some of them will only work properly on certain revisions of the game. They're mostly just rooms hanging in voids and are impossible to actually make progress in, but they will contain like unused enemies and unused assets and stuff, so if you're curious, look them up because they have been documented in screenshot form on the Bloodborne wiki by myself and a few others. Canehurst statue's missing limbs refers to the knight statues that are on the sides of the stairs as you approach Queen Annalise's throne room. If you pay attention to them, they are all missing their right leg. This might seem like a weird glitch, but Gurman is also missing his right leg, and there's an item in the DLC that says that there is a Yharnam superstition that when you start transforming into a beast, it starts in your right leg and moves up. So this does appear to all be interconnected, and depending on your tolerance for like stuff that was removed from the game, there is an unused Canehurst Knight looking character who is missing his right leg as well, and he has a wooden leg and rides a horse. The double-barreled shotgun is the weapon that the hunter is using in like really, really old footage of the game. It's not a weapon that was ever actually like properly made as a weapon though. It's not something that player characters could actually equip and use, it's just something that exists for testing purposes. Amygdala region of the brain. So, the name for amygdala in Japanese is almondos, as in almonds, because its head looks like an almond. And the localizers, I guess, wisely thought that was a silly name for an eldritch abomination, so they changed it to amygdala because that is a region of the brain that is also called the almond and also like governs fear and stuff, so it sort of thematically fits still. And yeah, Patch's voice actor pronounces it amygdala, and because he's the only person who ever says it out loud, we've just adopted amygdala as the thing's name, which is weirdly helpful in these discussions because I can say amygdala and I can say amygdala, and you know what I mean. Number of missing scholars in Yahar'gul equals number of amygdala in Yahar'gul. I've heard this a lot. It probably lines up. I've never actually gone and counted. I'm not sure what this is getting at though, if it's implying that like each scholar summoned an amygdala, or like each scholar became an amygdala, each scholar was taken by a separate amygdala. I don't quite know. Yahar'gul's timeline is sort of a mess, but I'm of the opinion that those scholars like mummified themselves quite a while before the amygdalas showed up. but like the alternative is also possible. Logarius is a Thumerian. So Martyr Logarius, the guy who led the Healing Church's attack on Canehurst, looks a lot like a Thumerian and has a moveset that is very, very close to a boss called Thumerian Elder. So this leads to the question of, like, is Logarius supposed to be a Thumerian, or is he just a guy from the Healing Church who was very, very tall? Given that the Church are using Thumerian guards in the present, it's not, like, out of the realms of possibility, it's just really, really weird. It also opens up a discussion about a Thumerian civil war that's sort of implied in the Chalice dungeons, but I'm not going to go into now because it's like, it's not even on the iceberg levels of obsessive detail, like, reading. The Canehurst portraits are, again, like, I don't know why they're this deep on the iceberg, because you can't really miss them if you do Canehurst. I think what it's getting at here is, like, the way you can use the portraits to trace the history of Canehurst, because what they depict is, like, a bunch of different sort of Canehurst ancestors, and over time you can see Canehurst kind of change from, like, very, very Thumerian looking people who wear very, like, ornate plate mail armor through to what are basically just humans, which fills in the history of Canehurst and also fills in kind of the history of Yharnam, because it's what happened there as well. The 60 FPS port is something that Lance McDonald, who I talked about earlier, has made. He can't distribute it, obviously, but basically he got the game to run in 720p 60 FPS as opposed to 1080p 30 FPS. Fans were kind of holding out for a PS5 performance patch that would have let Bloodborne run at 60 FPS on PS5, but that has not happened and doesn't look like it's going to happen. Moon presence behind everything. Is she? If we're just talking about the events that occur in Yharnam that we're dragged into, that is almost wholly driven by the Mensis ritual, which is Mikolash trying to contact Koz. The moon presence is not relevant to any of that. She's relevant to us as a hunter because she's why we become a hunter, and she's kind of what's keeping us alive for the duration of the hunt. But, she is not behind everything. If you want to get super into, like, attempting to figure out a motivation, it seems like she is just waiting for Lawrence to come back with a child, but that's not going to happen because Lawrence is dead. So basically she's just overseeing us. She will take a role in the story at the very, very end. If we defeat Gurman, that causes her to appear before us, and if we've used the 3/3 chords, she will fight us, but prior to that, I don't think you can really say she's behind anything. Her reaction to us taking the 3/3 chords actually seems to be almost like a panic reaction, like she's not expecting this to happen. So, yeah, I don't think she's really behind anything. Okay, we are now on the guidance rune tier of the iceberg, and it's the very bottom of the iceberg, but it keeps going, I guess, into the abyssal depths. Acquire orphanage to create great ones. I don't think so. So the Choir Orphanage is basically a school for gifted children. The idea was that the Healing Church would raise a generation of scholars who could carry on their work after they were gone, and those people became the choir, and they were raised in an orphanage because they were orphans. The choir are, I think, pretty categorically not trying to create great ones, because despite being younger, they are a more cautious and conservative faction than the rest of the Healing Church, in particular School of Mensis. And this is because they saw the generations who came before them trying to make these big evolutionary leaps and fucking it up. So they don't want to repeat that. The Celestials in Lumenflower Gardens might be transformed members of the choir, but the purpose of the orphanage was not to create those. The choir are just really big into astrology and being in touch with the sky, so it makes sense that they would take on the form of a little, like, celestial alien that's in touch with the arcane cosmos. But the orphanage is not like a Great One factory, and they actually have their own Great One Agreeabus. They're sort of happy with her for now, I think. Graven Witch's Abode, I literally don't know what that means. There's a lot of bodies in Witch's Abode, but there are no, like, graves. There is a sort of creator design on one of the walls, so it's possible that
Jeste momci što se radi?
Ne, ništa. Ti.
Evo sam oko mali. Uradio 10 telefona i sjebo sve živo.
Kako?
A tako lepo, autentifikator za Steam, sjebo Discord, sjebo ovo, sjebo ono, ajde.
Hentai-chan. Welcome to my channel.
Like when you run slow as your speed. And you still get links too. I need the flint thrower song.
Abjuai. Welcome to my channel.
Gdje su svi nastali, pitam se. 3 puta 15. Very nice.
it's referring to that, but in that case, it's just an altar. Messengers are unborn fetuses of the Menses ritual? I don't even know where to start with this. I'll just say that, like, messengers clearly predate the Menses ritual, which happens about 2/3 of the way through the game? So I don't know what... No. I think it is, like, very likely that we are supposed to, at least in part, view the messengers as either unborn or stillborn children's ghosts. That sort of...
That it? Yes. Maybe not. You mean out in phase 2? That's the AOE strike, right? Yep. Yes. That dude. So he's like tailing the ground. Oh my god, now he's... Ah, come on, dude! Oh no, that's the one, right? Is it? It is. Yeah, I need to sprint away from that. I see Souls games. Yeah, they're cool. This attack is tough to get out of. Yeah, maybe I need to charge forward and not backwards. I don't know. That will take a couple tries. Mostly annoyed at the first phase, right? Very part of the game. Honestly, the early game. And exploring. This zone right here, I absolutely do not like it. Like the end tier zones, they are... I don't know. Not enjoyable. Yeah, baby. Really now? Come on. No. No, that's... It's one full charge. That might be it. Yes. I think the lightning is a little bit easier to do it. Oh, come on, dude. Same. End ring, yeah. Ranny looking at you. Nah, I don't need the Ranny quest line. I just want to finish this, honestly. Let's see. Coded sword. Fair boss in Elden Ring. Most of the bosses are actually fair. There are a few that are really annoying. I mean, if he's tossing his pebbles like through the corner or the side of the pillar, yeah, that's fucking annoying. I didn't take my flask, but it did. Yeah, come on, now dodge that. Awesome. That was good. That was fucking good. Oh, he is already. Okay, nice. We have the rod already applied. Yeah, dude, just fucking walking is the best. It's kind of sad, but. I am not 100% sure. I'm gonna try dodging into him because the problem is those are multiple attacks at once. So the bubble is doing absolutely fucking nothing. It takes the first hit and then the other hits are strong enough to kill me. The ear is unchanged. If like I think we 11 months. We'll see, yeah, nice. Money Zax, thanks for the Prime. Soul Eater, thank you for the 18 months. Do I still try it? I think I'm gonna start saving the bubble for phase 2. Let's see. If he hits me, of course, here with the fucking dagger, then it's over. Another pillar, please. Sharks with the soul. Not enough yet, but good first try. This might be too greedy now. Yeah, that was good. Absolutely lucked up. That he got caught at the pillar corner or something like that. Well, to be honest, that's payback for all the times the pebbles go around the pillar, so I'm not feeling too bad.
O, ćao Mihajlo, gdje si, šta ima? Ti sam ili sa...
Sam mama. Ja ne u školu.
Čekaj samo da... Dolazi mi helikopter za napolje. Tamo sam stavio da idem u meč.
Exploring, looting, and securing intel will open access to missions and targets. Expect resistance from local forces and watch for other operators in the AO.
Nisam teo da pucam, da odam poziciju drugim igračima. I onda idem vrum. Tačno znam kako će reskočiti, znaš, pod auto. Zato tako vozim. On krene da skače ispred. Gledao sad. Ne moram to da radim, mogu sam da prođem pored njega, ali ono, hoće već da se kače sa mnom. Meni treba da izađem iz grada i da se rakopam helikoptera. Ako bude moglo... Ej! Što je? Skočio pod auto, ja ne znam. Sad mogu da nađu drugi igrači. To je problem. Ovo su sve inače bili botovi. Znači ono, veštačka inteligencija. To ne bi inače trebalo tako da bude, ali nema veze. Gasio bi ti se motor da to uradiš. Ako se ja dobro sećam. Mislim da se dobro sećam. Inače, nije mi jasno zašto nisu napravili ove žbunove, da može kroz njih da se vozi.
Nego se sudariš kukama.
A ne, nisam ja taj, ja samo igram igre i mogu da dam svoje mišljenje njima. Ali smatram da takav žbun bi trebalo da možeš kroz njega da se provezeš. Kanta goriva. Tam je samo pancirni prsluk. Pištolj mi treba definitivno. Ne. Ne. Tražim ili pancirni prsluk ili... A tražim ovo i ovo. Tako. Znaš da sam pancirni prsluk da mogu da stavim dve kao ploče, ono kao keramičke. I sad mi treba kanta benzina i pištolj. Kad budem nosio talca, da mogu da se branim. To je to. Jo, da me botovi ne ubiju. Pošto ako me botovi upucaju, ne mogu nikako da sam sebi pomognem, osim ako nemam sa igrača ili ako imam ovu torbicu. Ako imam torbicu, onda ležim na zemlji i botovi trčkaraju. Ne ubite odmah, da nekad trčkaraju kod tebe. Gdje? Aha. Nelogično, dobro. Pucaju mi kroz zidove. Zato što botovi ne vide zidove, znaš.
Ultra One, Exfil is inbound now. Move the hostage to the HLZ on your TAC map.
Ajoj, da je helikopter. Biće talca čim koraknem napolje, sam gledao. Ovo definitivno nije najbezbedniji način da se ovo uradi, ali dobro. Iako me neko ne upuca od igrača, botovi me trenutno ne vide. A može se reći da me igrači pojure zato što je ovdje ova žuta zona. Viš gore levo u ćošku. A to je ta žuta zona i tu znaju igrači da budu. Bacam bombe. I to je to. I obično želiš da se malo mrdaš po helikopteru, jer ako stojiš uzak je prostor i neko može snajperom da te skine sa strane. To je to. Obično igram malo, ali ovog puta sam stižao. Samo požurio. 300 experience, to je ništa. Znam 4-5 experience da skupim. Mami, hoćeš da ti donesem sok ili nešto?
Ma, neću ništa.
Samo da vidimo da li traži onaj login. Ne traži. Zapamti je znači. ali sam prebacio na screen capture, vidiš. Da snima ekran. Minecraft ne vidi dobro. Kako smo se meni pite. Spasiro. Tvoja mama je razvila domaće kole. Da. Farma kočki. A da li je moguće? Vidi. Vidi kako su zakupili. To je da zagolicaš nekog. Ima ona igra. Mislim, i za PC imate igra, onaj Assassin's Creed. Gdje si neki kao... Plaćeni ubica, šta si već. Kao biriš te kriminalce, ali to je kao neka davna doba, znaš. Doba Rimljana ili doba gusara ili doba kauboj indijanaca, nešto u tom fazonu. I jedan od tih nastavaka, to je igra kao iz više nekih kao delova. I jedan od tih nastavaka dešava se te igre u Egiptu. I pošto tamo kao ti Egipćani veruju da kao kad umreš, kao dođe taj bog podzemlja i on kao uzme tvoje srce i stavi si jedno na... stavi kao tvoje srce na levi tas vage, a pero stavi na desni tas. I ako su kao tvoji gresi kao, znaš, ako imaš više kao dobrih dela nego loših, onda će kao tvoje srce kao daš ono da bude kao lakše od tebe i kao možda odeš kao raj, kao taj drugi kao. A ako si kao loš ideš kao u taj deo podzemlja kao da žive loše ljudi. Oh my god. Zato sam se setio toga pera. Šta? Ne!
Pa smeta mi.
Pa otkud to? Napravilo nešto. Možda sekirom, dečko. Dečko, sekirom! Zove ništa. Sekirom. Si opet počeo ti ure pčela, kad si prošli put bežao oko baze kilom.
Neće.
Može ništa. Možda im ne diraš sklonište, to može.
Palo mi nešto.
To da ćeš da izašoviš sve to mjesto.
Ne, još se.
To leti vazduh, na sandući. Još imam cooking mama na telefonu, znaš. Nisam ga obrisao, to sam istreo zbog jedna. Istinita priča. Cooking mama. Kaj me dosim da igram ja. Znaš kaj me dosim.
Pronosivi žuti.
Gdje si bio metno? Zove Frost. li praviš piliće ili voliš da gađaš kokoške sa njihovim jajima? To... lonac? Ćeš da vozi životinje tu da šta?
Ne.
Hopper? Za jaje?
Tako nešto. Nešto sam smislio.
Spavit će ti pilić tu. znaš?
No.
Spadat će ti pilići u svom.
Pa znam kako hoću.
Dobro. I kako se to radi? Sve ćeš probacivati Pilić, jesi?
Da, u drugi. Da.
to pilić?
Da.
Dobro. I šta radi taj kavez tu za pilić?
Nešto ću smisliti.
Misliš da će da padaju perje i ono?
Da. Namnožiš ih mnogo i...
A što oni iskaču napad? Vidio sam film da iskače. Možda ne.
Nije, ušlo je.
A ušlo je?
Da.
Kako?
Viš kako je pametno.
Šuko sam.
Šta?
Već šuko sam, a nećeš. Te zbunji na gledu. Šta radiš? A nemoj da ih zatvoriš skoro.
Što da ne?
Dišu malo vazda.
Evo imaju zamak svoj.
Više nekako stakleni zatvor. Šta radi? Ko će teraz komade tako trče na televizor? Pogledaj ovo. Gledaj. Na početku videa neka žena kao prolazi ulicom i kao baca smeće, no kao vidi mačku. I kao uzme mačku, otvori kantu za smeće, ubaci smeće i ubaci mačku zajedno sa smećem i zatvori. I to se snimilo na kameru, znaš, da ljudi naši mačku, preko su došli smećari, znaš, da je ubace ono za sabijanje smeća. Uspeli su da nađu mačku da izvuku, znaš, živu. I ovo...
Batata Milanov. Welcome to my channel.
Ne, kako ih natrpac.
Isto da ih natrpaš tamo, ono?
Sad ću da ih natrpam nekako.
Gore?
Ovdje između.
Gdje?
Verujem, staće.
Šta? Mali prostor neki.
Nisu pametniji od mene.
Pa malo prostora i tuži kopaš.
Šta ću im ja? I gdje su ovi?
Ima još manje.
Ovo ćemo još na pola.
Tu ćeš da farbaš, ne? Ne, to mi je bilo milje novca. Ne. Nisi to trebao. Nisi to trebao. Nisi to trebao.
Ne.
Nisi to trebao da radiš. Ne zbog malih pilića, nego inače, to je taman toliko prostora da kokoška može izaći, znaš? Kao si napravio, znaš. Ne mogu vjerovati sve. Povećati sve napolje, znaš?
Neće sve. Vamo.
Kako ne tamo se ne bi.
Sad to treba brzo potezno. Eto, vidiš.
A dobro, to se nije vidio. Na planu s početka, šta?
Kad se nakupi puno, i eto, zakoriš ih.
A što ne baciš tamo jaje? Ono. Batak. Čavut. Kokoška. Jesi jaje baci?
Jaj sam bacio.
Ajde, se što da leti. Prosto.
Sad sam se sjetio.
Ja ne znam, se uključio granje. Nice. Da. Da dođe Mihajlo gore, jeli?
Da.
Ništa, samo pauziraj, slobodno. Ja pretpostavljam ste napravili neki sandvič ili što znaš.
Veru.
Babu. Majko.
Identity was completely unknown, and nobody had any real leads as to who he could possibly be. That was
Elysian. Welcome to my channel.
Thad's bizarre video would go on to garner over 200,000 views, as many marveled at the unabashedly strange fascination Thaddeus had with this anime character, often having conversations with himself as if she was actually real underneath photos of him posing with a framed photo of her. Screenshots of these posts were spread across the internet, with many mocking Mad Thad for his unhealthy fixation. But Thad ignored the detractors and took his strange obsession to the next level, posting a video where he appears to have sex with an anime body pillow. This infamous showcase would only contribute to his online infamy, as he would become known as the ultimate archetype for the stereotypical obsessive nerd that was disconnected from reality. Now, despite Thaddeus's cringeworthy activities, the man didn't seem to be harmful in any way. He just kind of liked embarrassing himself online. But over time, internet users would begin to notice some serious red flags that resulted in widespread suspicion about the individual. Sometime between 2011 and 2012, Thaddeus would make some bizarre post to Facebook, not only saying that he was okay with CP, but he was actually in possession of it. In one reply, he allegedly stated that he could, quote, fap to the same CP video for weeks because it's so fucking hot. And in another post, he appears to say that he actively fantasizes about adopting a young girl to have sex with them, as well as claiming to having a 20-gigabyte hard drive full of CP. Naturally, these statements, along with many other ones associated with Mad Thad, were passed on to authorities. And upon the FBI being alerted about Mad Thad, an investigation was opened up on the guy. Upon being questioned by authorities, the anime fan claimed that the posts were just jokes, and that he wasn't actually responsible for any illegal activity. However, his claims were disproven, as the FBI would search his home and confiscated an 8-gigabyte USB flash drive that was allegedly full of illicit child porn. Facing multiple CP charges, Mad Thad was eventually convicted in 2013. The anime fan took a plea deal that resulted in him getting 5 years in prison for his crimes. But that was my compendium of 4chan's dumbest criminals. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below, and of course let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
Yes, NordVPN. Finally, Metal Gear Solid! Exclamation mark. We open to a submarine speeding through the ocean. The submarine is on its way to Fox Island, a nuclear weapons facility off the coast of Alaska, America's 51st state. We zoom into the sub. There's Colonel Roy Campbell, and he says into the radio,
Solid Snake, you're the only man for the job.
I'm here, Campbell. Do with me what you will.
Okay, here's the mission brief. On the nuclear weapons facility on Fox Island, there has been a mutiny. A group of 6 men have taken control, and they call themselves Foxhound.
Oh my god, what do they want?
Well, I'll let them speak for themselves. Patching you through.
Ah, yes, we want $1 billion in non-sequential $1 bills and the remains of a dead guy. His name is Big Boss. Send us his corpse.
Oh my god, what if you don't get it?
Well, then we're going to launch a nuclear weapon.
My god, no one threatens my country with a nuke, damn it. Campbell, it's time to send in the snake. That's me. That's my catchphrase. I'm gonna murder everybody. It's gonna be a slaughter. You're gonna love it, Roy. No, wait, Snake. You don't understand. The situation is more delicate than that. They have hostages. Important hostages. Those hostages are Donald Anderson, the DARPA chief, and Kenneth Baker, president of Arms Tech. We need you not to kill those 2 people specifically.
Kill the DARPA chief and some Baker. I got it, Captain.
We'll get you as close as we can, and then we're gonna shoot you out in this cool mini-sub. And then you're on your own. Oh.
Snake is fired out in a mini-sub. So he arrives at the base, and when he gets there, Snake is birthed from the mini-sub out into the water. He gets there, and this is the very start of the game. You finally get control of Solid Snake. Snake then goes out and he kills some of the guards.
But quietly.
That's right. So on the other side of this room is an elevator, and on that elevator is a mysterious man.
There he is. I'm gonna get him.
And he tells the guards, guards, you have to be on alert. Someone could be trying to infiltrate the base. Anyway, I'm going up this elevator. Goodbye, goodbye. So, Snake quickly finds a hiding place, and he calls the Colonel. He goes, Colonel, who is that long blonde-haired dazzler? That man? Yes, that is Liquid Snake. And he is the leader of the Foxhound group.
And you guys have the same code name, being Snake.
So I'm Solid Snake, and the bad guy is called Liquid Snake?
Yeah, will that come up in the plot later on?
Don't spoil it for me, don't spoil it for me.
Snake, take that elevator to the surface, but make sure no one sees you. That would totally blow the mission.
Oh, that makes sense. Alright. So, eventually you catch the elevator and then you go to the surface. He takes off all of his swimsuits, and there's a really fucking cool title screen that comes up. Snake reaches the ground floor, and he starts looking around, and he sees a bunch of guards and stuff. So, he hides behind a box. And he quickly calls up the Colonel. Colonel, what am I supposed to do? There are guards everywhere, and it's so cold out here. How am I supposed to sneak around stealthily when my teeth are chattering?
Hold up, Snake. Here's Naomi with some more info.
Snake, don't worry about the cold. You see, we gave you an injection.
An injection?
Yes, an injection. It has nanomachines inside of it that will help you stay warm.
Wow, very sci-fi.
Although you'd think I'll be used to the temperature by now. Anyway, Snake, what's important is, you see, ever since Zanzibar, my latest mission, I decided to go into retirement. And from there, I was living in the wilderness of Alaska, on my own, blazing my own trail, lone wolf, MGTOW lifestyle. And anyway, what were you saying?
But she has already hung up the call.
Oh, it must have got disconnected. So Snake is sneaking around, and he's looking around corners, and he's lobbing it, and then all of a sudden, oh my god, a Hind D. He notices a helicopter. It is a Russian gunship. How odd. So he calls up the Colonel, and he goes, why is there a Russian gunship here in Alaska?
I'm not sure. Maybe you should find out, Snake. That is your job after all.
Oh, okay. The Russian helicopter flies away. By the way, Snake,
there's only 18 hours left until the terrorist deadline. So, Snake, you gotta hurry, man.
Also, one more thing. I promise we're gonna get back to gameplay soon.
Here's Mei Ling. She's our visual and data processing specialist.
She saves game. You call her up and it saves game. She's not terribly important, to be honest. Snake flirts with her for a little while. Goes,
I didn't expect a world-class military technical person to be so cute and attractive and also single.
I can't believe I'm being hit on by the famous Solid Snake.
Hurry the fuck up. Go. The call ends and Snake starts roaming around. He sneaks and he's having a whale of a time, and he finds a vent hole and he uses that to get into the facility. So he's in the vent, and then all of a sudden, Snake gets a call from his old master, McDonald Miller. He's his fighting mentor, I guess. Now McDonald, he's retired just like Snake, and he lives out in Alaska now. He hasn't seen Snake since that last mission in Zanzibar, remember? Now Zanzibar was a big deal. It's where Snake fought Big Boss and won, killing Big Boss, thus turning him into a bunch of remains, which is what the terrorists want. My name is McDonald, but you can call me Master. Okay. And he says, look, if you need any help, you know, I'm here to help. Oh, please let me help. Thanks very much. It's kind of uneventful. So he just continues.
But remember, Mr. Miller.
Yes, the Master. Snake then sneaks through the facility. Finally, a chance to use the Metal Gear Solid music. Then he sees a whole bunch of cells, and one of them has a lady in it. Who's doing sit-ups? Is that a woman? No. And the other one has a man in it, and that man looks to be the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson. That's who I'm looking for, says Snake. He drops in and he goes, surprise, it's me. And then he coughs terribly.
Snake tells Donald, I'm here to rescue you. Donald says, you don't look like one of them. You gotta get me out of here.
Yeah, okay, I'll break you out. But first, I need some information on the terrorists. You know, do they have a nuke? Can they actually launch the nuke?
It's very possible they can launch the nuke.
Oh my god. So, the camera then pans over to the next cell where we see the lady doing sit-ups, right? And she overhears Snake and Donald's discussion.
understand. This place is only meant to be for dismantling nuclear warheads. They shouldn't have access to a missile.
Listen, Snake. I've got some dramatic information.
Tell me more.
Peculiarism.
You see, the terrorists have
Welcome to my channel.
kind of weapon. It's a nuclear-equipped walking battle tank that walks.
Oh my god, a Metal Gear? It cannot be.
Wait, you know about the Metal Gears? They're the most secretest project ever. How did you find out about it?
I've had some run-ins with Metal Gears in the past. This isn't the very first game, technically. Oh, I thought the whole Metal Gear project was scrapped.
It's actually not cancelled. It's being developed here on the island. It's all very top secret. That was until the mutiny, when all the guards took us over and took over the place. Now they're in control of everything and stuff.
Then suddenly one of the guards comes along and he goes, "Shut the fuck up! Shut up in there! Hey, shut up your mouth! Keep it down in there!" Donald and Snake go real quiet, and then Donald waves away. Sorry, I didn't mean quiet. Now, once the guard leaves, Snake then says, "Let me ask you about this. Do they have the detonation code? Do they know it's 1, 2, 3, 4? You know, the thing you need to input in order to launch the nuke? There's always a detonation code."
It's set up so that you need 2 input codes.
So you're telling me that they need 2 different passwords in order to launch a nuke?
Correct.
Who has the passwords?
I have one and Baker has the other.
Oh, thank God. So the terrorists don't have the passwords, right?
Wrong. The terrorists do have my password.
Why'd you give him the password?
Psycho Mantis read my mind and he stole the password.
That's the oldest excuse in the book. Are you working with them? Why'd you do it? Why'd you betray your country?
There's some big accusations, Snake. I don't really appreciate
I'm
this.
the one that gave him the nuclear code, okay? So that means that if they get Baker's password, oh my God, they got both the passwords, they can launch the nuke.
But Snake,
Yes?
there's still a way to stop it.
That's great news. All right, problem solved. I'll see you later.
No, let me tell you about how to stop it.
Oh, okay, that's probably a good idea.
There's these card keys, right?
Right.
There's 3 of them, and Baker should have them, and you'll need all of them to stop it.
Why? What's special about these card keys?
Well, you put them in and they stop it.
Oh, like an emergency override.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Snake then says the next obvious question, which is, wait, where the fuck's Baker then? I need Baker.
I think he's somewhere in the 2nd floor basement. Here's my ID card. It's a level 1 ID card, and it'll open any level 1 doors.
Okie dokie, thanks very much. Then Donald asks the question,
Is the White House planning to give in to the terrorist demands, Snake?
you mean give them the body of Big Boss?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I don't know, Donald, and I don't care. It's not part of my mission, see? I'm just here to stop the... Oh, what's wrong, Donald? Suddenly, Donald is having a heart attack. What is it? The woman in the cell next door overhears this, and she starts banging on the door and going, "What's going on in there?"
I'm dead.
Donald dies. He dies of a heart attack. What the heck is going on? Snake is on the phone. He goes, HQ, 1709. I just saw a man die right before my eyes. So, Naomi and the Colonel say,
It looks like some sort of heart attack.
now, Snake is very suspicious of this because what the fuck, what kind of weird timing is that? So Snake goes, "Colonel, are you hiding something from me?" And the Colonel says,
No, but this op is security level red, meaning you need the highest security clearance to access the complete file. I can't even access the complete file and I'm running the mission.
"Oh my God, I need to go find Baker right now, but before I go get him, I have time. It's me, Lord Snake. I'm here to save everyone. Subscribe to Nord. Subscribe to Nord. Chief, I found you just in time. Nord has a seasonal sale going on right now.
That's so generous.
That's right. Nord has a huge deal on a 2-year plan at the moment.
The savings, they're too good.
Plus 4 bonus months. A woman?
It's 2022, and women are now allowed to use NordVPN.
Milan, is this line secure?
Oh, of course it is, Snake. I'm patching in through Starbucks public Wi-Fi.
No, Melee, no. It's Christmas. Go to nordvpn.com/story mode. Look, it's too late for you to mail anything to anyone. You missed out. NordVPN.com/story
footsteps outside, and also the sound of someone fighting. And then suddenly, the door unlocks. What the fuck? What is going on here? Snake walks outside, and he sees... Remember that guard from earlier that he waved away? Well, he is now nude. And also pixelated. Then suddenly, to his right, a gun is pointed directly at Snake's head. And the person holding the gun says, "So you killed the chief? How could you? I loved him like a chief." Snake then turns around and he goes, "Is this the first time you've ever pointed a gun at a person? Your hands are shaking." Snake then pulls out his gun and points it back, and Snake says, "I can tell you're a rookie. You've got rookie eyes." They're rookie's eyes if I ever saw them. Okay, so basically what's happened is, there was a lady in that cell, right? She tricked the guard into opening her door, and then she beat him up, stole his clothes, is now dressed as a guard, and then she then went to unlock the door for the DARPA chief, but he was dead, and she's gone, "Oh my god, you killed the DARPA chief." But we know he didn't, and then Snake goes, "Oh my god, have you even killed people before?" Boo. Then all of a sudden, the door opens and a whole bunch of real guards come in. Uh-oh. Snake and the guard, they get into a firefight, and in this moment, the lady kills for the first time. And then the lady in the guard's outfit tries to run away.
This is why I hate video.
Then, as he's staring at the back of Meryl's ass, he has a scene transition. We then see a cutscene. Now, there's a group of men surrounding a man who's strapped to a table. It looks as though this man has been tortured to death. And one of them says to the other, "You killed him, didn't you?" Right, so that person who just said you've killed him is Liquid Snake. This guy, his name is Psycho Mantis. This guy, his name is Revolver Ocelot. So these three are the elite members of Foxhound, right? 3 out of 6. So Liquid is chastising Revolver Ocelot. He's saying, "You killed him, you tortured him too much, and he died." We don't know who he has tortured at this point. And Psycho Mantis says, "Shh, yup, good job, Revolver. Shh. Also, that guy that we tortured to death, I couldn't get through his mental shielding. It was too powerful, so I couldn't get any answers either. Shh." So Psycho Mantis really is psychic. He can really tell if you hold fingers behind your back, he'll know how many. Now, Liquid Snake is about to get really, really cross, but Psycho Mantis says, "Shh, listen, I've got another way to get the information that we need. Just follow my lead." Then suddenly we get out of the cutscene. Now, the lady is running, and she gets into the elevator, and Snake tries to chase her, but she turns around and she shoots her farmer. He has to dodge out of the way, and it looks wicked sick cool. Look at this. And she goes, "Yeah, victory." And then she catches the elevator. Suddenly, a floating man shows up. What the heck is going on, Jeff? It's Psycho Mantis! Snake goes, "What the fuck is going on?" So, Snake calls up Naomi and he goes, "Naomi, I'm starting to see stuff. What the hell? Just continue on with your mission." "Alright, I'll ignore it for now then." So, Snake catches the elevator down to basement level 2. And he's running around and he finds a secret room, but he breaks in and he finds, oh my god, it's Baker, and he smells delicious like fresh bread, but he's tied to a post. And he's just about to go, "Oh, what's up with all these cables? Let me untie you." I'm kind of out of it, but don't touch the cables, because it's connected to a heap of C4, which I'm also connected to. If you pull these cables, I'll explode. My god, would be toast. Get it, Baker?
Well, that was fun.
Oh my lord!
All my exes live in Texas. Šta se dešava?
Gdje si, Lija, šta se radi?
Šta si meni ti?
Nemate na Discord.
Mihajlo je bio tu.
Aha, to je.
Samo prepustio kompjuter. Oh my god.
Prispalo ti se malo.
Popio sam malo kafe, ali sam sjedio u fotelji, no. Da malo zaspah.
Boss, to je livestock. Možda nije, ajde. Kupi drugi,
idemo po drugi trag.
Kupi, ajde. Ja idem da... Koji tam? Daj mi taj trag danas, ajde da znam gdje da idem. Ajde. Da smo blizu.
Možda su se ispanovali ljudi na njega, znaš.
Nisu. Možda jesu. Desno od mene se roka.
To je jedini boss kome bomb spear ne može ništa jebati.
Koji...
Pa ovaj, skredbik.
A može ako ga gađaš projektilima onim.
Pa da,
jedino stikicu beka.
Ali ćeš mu razbiti...
Nema stikice.
Ali ćeš mu razbiti sav gir. Zamke, toolboxove i ostalo. Ako voli neki izvoli.
Da, slažem se. Bijel. Ček. A uzite da aktiviramo ovo bure. Pazi Keša da nema, pogasi lampe samo.
A to je bek.
Nemoj bure. Nemoj to bure. Nemoj.
Čim leti prva kašikara ili dinamit, ići vas u vazduh sva.
Dobro, mora malo, ajde.
Kako god. Ljudi imaju gadan običaj da ubacuju svašta u boss arenu. Pazite.
Ne može imat mi konzumbel, čuješ? Ja, zapatavam, pazi.
Male nemojte ni stavljat niđe.
Ove male, kakve male? Depresija me ne interesuje u životu.
To ste ni ne računa.
Gdje imamo još? Stani, dobro, konzumbolo nemamo, imamo ovo beta... Jao. Daj ubijte ovu kuru napolje. Joj, nisi. Još jedna je to.
Još vrišti.
So, I've probably put about 100 hours into DMZ now, and I've experienced a lot of awesome, chaotic, and tense moments. But in this round, the game definitely didn't want us to succeed. We get into some battles with other players, we complete a few missions, and then things go south towards the end. There's loads of great gameplay moments in this video, and I think it really showcases just how good DMZ can be. And I also think it showcases how amazing my new PC is from PC Specialist. Their swans do have options for... Oh, someone just went and took control of that. We go kill him?
Yeah, we can do.
Do we kill him? Because, well, we're here, aren't we? So...
They know we're here.
How do they know?
Because our thing...
Ma gdje su gotovi, ako uđu...
Explore, secure intel, and loot to gain access to new missions.
Sve zavisi ko je spretniji, tu se onda gleda ko je spretniji.
A mi... Ajao.
Ili će lakše on tebe ubiti?
Zapaljen je beka. Znao, točno znam.
Nisi trebao shotgunom, sad neće pušat nikad kad znaju da imaš shotgun.
Ne, sad će pušat.
A jes, čim se čuje shotgun, tu je svemu kraj. Gdje se ova čuje, to mi nije jasno.
Na 75 neđe. Kad ćem? Malo ti.
Čist.
Nije brže, no...
Ajmo, možemo napolje.
Gdje ćeš napolje? Sjedi dođe, sjedi.
Pa nema nikog.
Nema, sam čekaj, vidiš gdje izlaz, brate.
Zato sam se ja čudio za kakve ljude vi pričate, nije nikog bilo jebo.
Neću da ih napadam, neću da radim, to svaki put...
Beko, bolje da ih čekamo, bolje da ih čekamo.
Čekam i boli me kurac.
Pa tako je Peko bilo juče kad smo išli na izlaz za ovi na duge cevi. Izjebali nas. Eto se pucaju gore, a? Nije kod tebe Beka, nešto tebe zvuk zjebao, ja ono kad se igra kod tebe, ja ne mogu precizno čujem zvuk. Znaš kako se kod mene precizno jasno čuje sve, kako šta odakle.
Misliš na one polovne slušalice što ste ja prodao pošto sam koristio godinama, na te?
Jes, pa odlične, pa meni bolje ne trebaju.
Misliš bolje su polovne slušalice nego nove?
Pa bolje. Meni, ja ne mogu da vjerujem koliko meni precizno. Tačno čujem sve odakle, šta je. Što ćemo čekati, vi nemamo izlaz. A tu su ljudi. Onda bolje na Cypress Huts izaći.
kupi se bounty, a?
Ma da, pucaju se. zato se nakupuju. Jer se pucaju dvije ekipe. Tamo.
Ajmo mi onda ekstrakt dolje, a?
Pa kako hoćete.
Neću da idem na njih.
Rekao, ćemo li onda Cypress Hut? A ne, ako tamo odem, onda ćemo otići na njih, razumiješ me?
Da, znam, neću tam da idem.
Nešto čujem na vesti, pričaju kao naši su DNK od ovog lika što je ubio ovu.
Čujem ja nešto, sad ne znam je tačno šta ne.
Opop, ljudi levo od nas, totem su upravo upucali. Tako da nam s leđa ide ljudi.
Mislim što ne možemo ući ovdje, nije nikakav problem. Bači skenijani za leđa.
Nema nikog, evo sad se upravo gleda. Kako ste i toliko brži od mene, to mi nije jasno. Evo, vi imate staminu ili šta?
Ja nemam staminu. Nego znam da trčim. Ne možeš non stop trčati.
Pa ja non stop držim ono. A ovaj umire, brate.
Moraš da ga malo refreshuješ, znaš.
Čim mu istekne ova ikona, odmah stiskaš opet, jeli?
Ne.
A ne baš.
Ne.
Nemam pojma kako ti objasnim, to je osjećaj ono.
Ako non stop trčiš zapravo sporije.
Welcome to my channel.
Ja nikad nisam uzimao staminu, naš keš.
Ma ja ne mogu ovo igra bez stamine, bježi.
Ima onaj trade kurmet, kad pokupiš strak dobiješ 5 minuta stamine.
Conduit misliš?
Po 5 minuta stamine dobiješ free.
A gdje možeš beka, ti još igrao u igru, nisi bez stamine, nijednu partiju.
Ja ne znam da li sam ikad ima staminu. Evo iđe se prvi.
A ne treba ti.
A ti si ima staminu cijelo vrijeme, ja nemam.
Nije u pitanju onaj bar za staminu, u pitanju je onaj exhaustion, kao koliko mu treba da se umori. Kad se umori moraš da smanjiš tempo.
Hvala Bogu da ga nećeš dati.
Ako non stop imaš stamine, misliš da on brže trči, ne trči brže nego sporije, brate.
Mali diktor.
Ali posle Ilija kad dođe Peđa da igramo Dark Tide. Ja sam već 24. level.
Bravo ti ga Keš uspiješ. Gdje ću moram ti postaviti jedno pitanje.
Koliko ona igra bolje radi od ove, znaš što?
Kešo?
Moram
tebi postaviti pitanje, samo tebi, niko drugi ne treba čuje. Su ova dva bogalja pomirila?
A jes.
Pa dobro, da. Kako se to zove? Random packing, ne?
Ultra One, we're seeing increased activity in the area. Stay sharp.
Volim ovaj kombo, pogledaj Kesh. Reka sam ga.
To ti je samo 10 metkova u mozniku.
Ne bi bilo tu abek. Pazi vrane. Lijevo od nas, ljudi tamo.
Čuli si to najvjerojatnije.
Su ljudi.
Može.
Puca neko.
Ja se pucajmo na fort.
Aha. A vamo.
Pa hoćemo li na njih piku, šta ćemo?
Da. Čekat ćemo da ih vidimo na otvoreno, ako budemo uspio skinem nekog. Možda i dođu na nas. Dolaze.
Naši su.
Nemoj. Eno ih. Majko ti je. Užasno mjesto se izabra. Aha.
Ultra One, activity is increasing near your location. Stay alert.
Ups, man. Neka, ostani ti tam. Daj si te šume tu, Keša. Povuči se, Keš.
mi na Lambert, šta ćemo?
S lijeve nam dolaze.
Nije uzeo.
Dolaze northwest. Ajmo Hemlock. Si zadnji. Kaj se kaj svidbele. 100 € svidbe.
Tu je, beli.
Tu je, park. Odmah zapatavanje.
Pa moramo se zapatati.
Ajde ti, beka ti kreni to. Beka bez haluciniranja onog da ti ostavljamo ono dolje otvoreno je.
Kako to misliš?
Požuri beka. Cijeli jesi.
Haluciniranje akom.
Bravo.
Tu ćemo veliku peko bačiti.
Kontan dvije male da su pece ođe. Znam. Imamo li bear trapova? Gdje? Daj mi, brzo. Evo imam još jedan. Ne treba. Dobro, pazi. Neka uskoče. Molim vas uskočiti. Ne treba ođe, ovo je gotovo. Gdje ima i gore da se još uđe, alo? Gdje se mogu uđe? Evo on beast face ođe.
Daj.
Gdje je gore, beka? Ođe? Gdje još? Mogu i na ovaj prozor.
Jedino tu može od gore. Jedino na ovaj može od ozgoda ući.
Daj dvije, stavi dvije male ko su tu. Ovako dvije. Neka bez haluciniranja izlaska, molim te. Ima li još jedan bear trap možda? Znači vamo nema šta da gledamo, nema šta da pazimo, da ti skoče.
Pa da, evo ima još jedan bear trap.
Daj. Bači ga meni, pušti ga meni.
Evo,
daj ovo. To. To je završeno. Ništa, idemo dolje franciski da... Dobro, ovo je gdje. Ja sam ovdje, ako vi krenu ovamo, te da posošam.
Izlaz nam je odmah ovdje, možemo izaći. Evo, neko stojiže.
weapons. Ultra One actual. High winds are increasing in the AO. Move to an extract point before radiation spreads.
Kroz koji desni prozor? Hođe? Vidim ga. Tu su. Uzet ću.
Ultra One, the enemy is on high alert. Proceed with caution.
Kešo, dođe vam, Kešo. Daj ođe mi jednu koncertinu, čovječ. Bač tu veliku, Kešo. Samo da izlaziš, Beka. I ako ga ubiješ, nemoj da izlaziš. Bravo. Bjež, bjež, bjež. Stani. Hop. Dvoje mrtvih. Dvoje mrtvih. Ček, mrtvi! Ne kila!
Enemy operators extracted a weapons case.
Napolje tamo.
Tamo je s druge strane. Kod mene.
Dolazim ja. Dolazim ja. Sva trojica. Stani, stani.
Imaš nekromancera, Peko, diži me. To.
Fuck me!
Rebeka! Olak, jesu. Tuti! Još je pokrivan. Jo, ne! A jebote, ruka mi mrkula. Dođu vam.
Ultra One, the enemy is on high alert. Proceed with caution.
Hiton! Hiton je Peko.
Stani. Forsiraj ga. Gdje? Ajde, ima sekundu. Aha, tu desno. Hitovan! Ajmo tu, imamo
Pa headova si ga, Peko.
Pa da, znam, ajde pa da. Nema. Sviđaj kako sam ubio onu kravu glupu. Još. Ali čekaj, još i se ja drugog ubio. Skoncertirao.
Zamisli Peko, mene zajebe drvo, stup me zajebo da ga ubijem. Pucam sa bomb spirom i ono u stablo pogodim je.
Zna da će ovaj doći da ga diže, naš. A ne zajebaju bi se skoncentirao. Ču da mi se prizna, bek. Dobro je bilo. Ali vidim, lomiš se da izađe. Šta da izlazi? Lovio si ga ti, ja sam ja tačno kontant da će tako da se odigrat ćeš gubiti i ja rekao kontant, sad ću ja koncentrativno bačim preko njega. E onda panik je da vidiš, šta će onda da radi. Kako nisam za peknilo, čovječe, mogu da vidim.
Help me! Thank you. I thought I was going to die.
Ultra One, explosives disarmed. Proceed to an extract point with the hostage. Ultra One, exfil helo is inbound. Get that hostage to the designated LZ.
Nema da.
Ko pušta ovo?
Ko će? Koga cepa kriza srednjih godina je? O, pogledaj ove što smo igrali prošlu partiju s njim, viđe, ovo je. Dobri su ovi. Ne, zadnjeg sam ja. Ne, tog zadnjeg sam... A ti si prvog. A ja sam drugog i zadnjeg.
ranked criminals in the city of Kansai, known as, stating it's too dangerous for a about to end him. Swindler starts distracting it. This game, she wants to stay alive. Throat rushes forward to press as he is completely infatuated with the color red, but quickly backs off after realizing that it's protected by a number of layers of force fields. After throwing his knife at it, he realizes that he can stack throw them in order to press the button. Back to Brawler, Doc, and Hoodlum. Upon hearing this, but between you and us, he probably just wants uses the opportunity to his advantage, picking up the master and tossing him backwards, momentarily knocking him out. Back to the but to her disappointment, Yang who arrive at the set place, revealing it to be an
Today I am at Connection Thailand Under Up, which is Thailand's #1 custom car show.
Welcome to Al Mazrah.
Op, op.
On preteć?
Pa cijela ekipa, vidjet ćemo još. Ako ne bude imao pomoć, neću sigurno.
Ne možemo ti mi nikako pomoći, daleko smo od tebe.
Hitao sam ga.
Bez hita trebaš da bježiš, brate.
Ne mogu kad me supresuju.
Neko uzeo gdje treba. Ajmo tamo ko kešuci, keš.
Ja se gotovo.
Štakni se. Dolazimo. Čebi ga keša. Ti, beka. Štakni se neđe. Ne vredi, čekaj da pravimo da ovdje skinem nekog. Evo ih, vidim ga. Čekaj, ne vidim. Ne, greška.
Kod mene su peko sva trojica.
Еще moraš ležat tam. Idi ti apred da sad nema pravom keša, je.
Na plantažu je taj boss. Ti ja odmah kažem gdje.
Ste to zauždili, jesu?
Jesu.
Da sve je malko skinuo. Oružje, šta je ovo?
Krag.
Lemat.
Lemat karabin. To ti je kombinovani nešto između Winchester i Romero.
A ne vredi. Franciska. Idi tamo, stekaj se nešto, nemam pojma. Ne keš koliko imaš helta?
Ne znam, sve što reći. 50.
Mene možda i možeš dići, ali ne vjerujem, teško. Vjerojatno me kampi. Probaj, ajde. Mene su zapalili, polako te. Zapalili su me, beka, vidiš? Ako, brate, stani malo, ako vidiš da kampuju, stani, pogledaj tamo malo. Zoomirano. Ako vidiš da me kampuju, zajebi i mene, brate. Izađi samo. Eno ga tamo desno otišao. Možeš me dići, idi s lijeve. Idi, piči, diži me, piči, diži me. Lijevo, tamo. Piči. Tu neđe iz šume, tu stani, neđe pravi tu otole. Neđe gdje si uštekan. Bježi. Bravo, neka misle da mene neki ure. Hitovan? S ove strane, beka.
Activity has increased in the area. Keep your eyes open.
Lanterna, molim te.
They're tracking that weapons case. Advise you move to extraction now.
Idem da jedem.
Evo mi napolje, beka. Gdje ima li kočeve kad tu uzmemo? Ajmo do ove koče vamo. Kako se zove to sranje? Ground and Pledge, ili?
Ground and Pledge.
Da.
Dead cheat.
Šta je to? Deep of Ground and Pledge, da. A zašto
God
nisam
imaš...
izgubio 4 pojene imam, brati, dalje?
Kupi još jedan trade. Još jednom uradi interakt, da dobiješ još jedan trade. Čuješ me?
Čujem.
Još jednom uradi interakt sa istom
kupio.
Dobio
sam Shadow.
Da, dobio
I
si
dalje
Shadow.
imam 4 pojena.
To je to. Pojeni ti se troše kad umreš. Izgubiš poen. Ako izgubiš jedan poen, ne radi ti Shadow. Ako izgubiš sva 4 poena, nemaš that game. Ne rade uopšte. Znači, za njih nisi tu. Jednostavno.
Ali ostavi koji zombija. Evo napalje, da. Kerovi napadaju.
Ne. Ne samo kerovi, ne napada te ni Water Devil. Jedino te boss napada. Pčele te ne napadaju. One, kad neko ti baci teglu sa pčelama. To ne radi.
Zanimljivo.
Jedini AI koji možda te na nišani to je boss. Dok si u boss areni. Poslije toga ništa. Možeš čitav compound zombija da vučeš sa sobom. Kerove isto. Pratite dok te čuju, kad te više ne čuju onda stanu. Gledaj level 10.
Jel mi ubiješ laganicu? To je karatardi. Dobro je, to je dobro. Znači sad ne moram na i da obraćam pažnju.
Da.
Nema će.
Ultra One, we're seeing increased activity in the area. Stay sharp. Ultra One, the enemy is on high alert. Proceed with caution. approaching the hostage location. Be advised, multiple targets on site. Ultra One, be advised, the hostage is rigged with explosives. You need to disarm him now.
Yes, šta bi, jeste pretekli, yes.
Please help me! Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Ultra One, hostage is secure. Advise you move to an HLZ for extraction. Ultra One, move that hostage to the HLZ on your TAC map. Ultra One, be advised, winds are picking up. Move to an extraction point.
Trojica su me supresovali, čovječe.
Druže, bogalj neki.
Ma ne bi to kome ubio, ovaj me hito, blidujem, bežim, nemam gdje da pobegnem. To je uopšte nebitno kad te 3 čovjeka supresuju uopšte.
3 čovjeka koji znaju kako da gure na 1 po 1.
Šta igraš ili?
Ovaj Warzone, buđi me ovaj snajper. Samo su me stali snajper još. Šta ima Renat?
Što se dešava? Hajde. Nema ja na Lamber. A tu smo, brate, blizu Lambera. Ja cash smo
Hey, what's up,
Lamber.
guys? Now, I know sometimes it really is unfortunate when your insured weapon slots are locked and you have to rely on contraband weapons, but Good thing is, in my opinion, one of the best guns in the game, or at least in DMZ, is a contraband weapon, and that's going to be the suppressed M4 that you find on Tier 2 and Tier 3 AQ in Al Mazrah. This is probably my favorite weapon in DMZ altogether, including insured weapons. I mean, sure, insured weapons are really nice, but there's just really something about this M4. And what's amazing is it only has 2 attachments. It has the broadhead and the F-Tag Grimline. And because it only has those 2 attachments, you have the nearly raw performance of the M4 platform while also being suppressed with great mobility and ADS speed as well. I'm sure I don't have to tell you guys how important it is to be suppressed in the DMZ unless you're trying to get swarmed by AQ. A couple of the drawbacks are going to be the magazine size, and I know a lot of people might not vibe with the iron sights, but the recoil control on this gun is insanely good, especially for being grounded.
Exploring, looting, and securing intel will open access to missions and targets. Expect resistance from local forces and watch for other operators in the AO.
Da, uzmi ti trag, ajde. Consumible cache.
Mad Alex.
So just let us prepare.
Okay, na Golden Acres. Uzeti ovo.
Ajmo zajedno. Vrane. Prošlo. Znam. Ok. Dođu vam beka okolo idemo. Tebe gađa. Da, jest. Ne znam, ne bi rekao. A, keš.
Ne znam. Mene nije gađu.
Ajmo mi okolo da se infiltriramo unutra, zapatamo i čao. Ajde.
A oni su, brate, to ti je 3. ekipa, brate, unutra. 2 se pucaju i 3. je unutra.
Ne vezi, idemo Jolaš pa Pendrekološ.
Pa ne mogu ja s Parksom Jolaš ići.
Možemo ja i Beka. Ajmo mi Jolaš, Beka, stani Beka. Dođi keš. Poslušaj mi Beko.
Ultra One, completing contracts will earn you cash to use at buy stations.
Hoću, stani sekund. Dižem.
Ultra One, actual.
Jesi ti unutra?
Around the site. We're acquiring the signal now. site secure, airspace locked down.
Mlodački ugao za tebi, Keša.
Hiton.
Desni. Kulja se neko ođe.
Znam, čuo si.
Dva tima. Blizu, tu su nam došli.
Ma kakvi, jedan tim.
160, ma kakvi, Keša? Dvojica,
Jedan, trojica,
da,
brać.
Da, tu su nam.
Jedan tim.
Jedan je dolje, beka. Sad da Keša, ja iz Keša kinemo ovoga na daljinu. Piljaj ga s desne strane, Keša, pa nek izađe. Tu je oko nas, oko compounda.
Southwest 225, peko daleko, bukvalno kod compounda. Vidiš ga odakle,
Vidim,
buci.
vidim.
Pa ide s leđa.
Ja ne pamtim.
Sam ga, ali ga nisam ubio. Tu je na krov, Keša.
Hiton. Hiton, jebi ga.
Ultra One, actual. We've got a lock on an enemy supply drop. Missile out. Actual to Ultra One. Positive impact. Aircraft
Najviše
destroyed.
metko.
Cargo is marked on your attack
Hitao
map.
sam opet dole, čovjek, nema metko još. Hiton, čovjek, flasham dole. Bravo, bravo.
Mam još jedan metak.
Ultra 1, we lost control of the SAM site. Close air is unavailable in your grid.
Headshot. Još jedan.
Polako, ide pa onog svog,
Kod mene.
Supres, ajde, supres. Run, boy! Told you to run, bitch! GG. Beka. Hoću da mi se prizna. Šta mi se prizna? Normalno.
Sa glibovim nagantom sam ga headova piku.
Ja hoću da lutujemo nešto.
A što ste lutali ako imate volču robujica, ja nemam.
Ima, ti lutuj ovoga.
Ha jebi ga, sad je gotovo.
Imaš dvojicu da lutuješ.
Lutova sam tog.
A onoga gore, gdje je onaj? Gdje je broj 3? Da, imaš ovoga iza ovamo što sam ja ubio, je.
A tog sam lutao, a već.
Ovo je tamo što su oni... Da.
I ovoga ste lutovali.
Ne znam kiše da nemaš volča, brate. Jebi ga,
Ha,
živim.
kako će ima, brate, kad sam tek krenuo s lutom.
Mi smo ovako malo kreteni. Ne ja. Buba gorela. Reci. Station. Kako sam ga posušio, Frančiska. Ne. Gdje se šebikalo? Sigurno je se ovo na station.
Evo ga vamo, ja čujem.
Možeš ga lutat, keš.
Lutao si. Drugi, treći vamo.
PC. Gdje, brate, gdje? Ovo da si. Gdje je taj još jedan alfa glodar?
Ultra One, you're approaching the target now. Locate and secure the hostage. All of the personnel are considered hostile.
على الفجر وبعدين بيجوا المساء خليك مركز
ما في أي شيء نخبر عنه.
Please help me! I'm over here! شكرا يا عسكري.
Ultra One, actual. Hostage secure. Move to an HLZ for extraction. Ultra One, exfil is inbound now. Move the hostage to the HLZ on your TAC map. Actual to Ultra One, winds are picking up in the AO. Advise you get to extraction before radiation moves in.
Reci Nedi šta je toliko... Šta je toliko smeš? Što se smeš?
Neđe mi biti.
Pa ne pustiš, što ne vezi. Ne zabranjeno.
Ili pušti.
Pušti, puši.
Onda pušti.
Pušćava, nebitno.
Moguće da je mi čovjek uzeo trag ispred nas. Pogalj.
Ili čovjek igraš s onim lovcima od prošlog puta?
Ne, ubio me ovaj Mitko. Da, zašto sam ga ja... Dižu me kešurci, keš.
Akume, jesi još uvijek nevidljiv?
Jesam, ne znam zašto sam ovaj...
On
je zamanuo, ja sam prošao kao on zamanuo i umro sam. Jebite pčele. Evo i kešu nam je ovo...
Mit je zna da udara na pamet.
Kešurci, keš. Evo ti ovaj... Nekromanger.
Neduk. Io non ti ho i commentari, ma nessuno non è.
Ili konja se aktivira na mene pitanje?
Oni te više čuju nego što te vide, znaš. I konji.
Hoće.
A će kad napraviš dovoljno buke. Piše da te čuje AI.
We're not going to be doing more Noodle Shop. But, that being said...
The anime podcast they had, the Noodle Shop podcast, I was actually on it. The next episode was going to be the episode with me.
We can't continue that. I had this idea. I had this epiphany. I was like, who else had a podcast that is now up in the air? Mr. Asmongold.
Yep.
So, I messaged Asmon, and I was like, hey bro, you want to merge? And he was like, you know
That's
what?
simple.
I like that idea. So basically, Noodle Shop is going to...
So, I said I like that idea, and I said I'd be down to look into doing that. And then Imaru pretty much just decided, okay, well, you know what? We're doing it now. I was like, oh, we'll talk about it. I have to figure out, like, if we can do this or not. I'm not sure. And, yeah.
Tamo su ljudi već.
Welcome to Al-Mazrah.
Bravo, bravo.
Ovo je pazir. Ovo je.
Ti reka Nenade, volim Kosovara.
Ultra One, activity is increasing near your location. Stay alert.
Headshot.
Vidi. Uđi vam. Baktik peka da zapatavamo.
Evo ti uppercut vamo ako hoćeš.
Radi loot. Imaš ovaj... Kešovci, keš, imaš ovaj, a?
Imam Vulture.
Gdje si ti ubio jednog tvojeg? Keš.
Ovamo napolje.
Kažem gdje.
To je...
Da, ali ja sam gotov. Ti si ga pa. Ne, pao sam. Gdje je tvoj keš?
Odmah vamo iza.
Igraj ta gol.
Nula.
Marvelous. Welcome to my channel.
Ne mogu da nađem kešici, ona šasa.
Tu levo.
Evo te lutuju BK.
Completing contracts earns you cash to buy gear and upgrades.
Ljudi. Gdje ima se zapatava još je? Čuo sam onoga zapaljenog gada da se aktivira.
Znali su kaj. Ej, kada si spremni.
Evo ga, opa. Evo, aktivira se dalje. Polomijete službicu dalje. Ne znam šta se dešava, konji se aktiviraju, sva što se dešava, niđi ljudi.
Kako misliš, svašta se aktivira, nema niđi ljudi? Možda i oni koriste
taj zadnji moga sve trojice ubija.
Možda kome i oni koriste taj trait, znaš.
I mene prošlo prizna.
Hoćeš da ti se prizna kome? A?
Bravo Franciska, hoću da komaču.
Evo, priznaj ti. Sad si priznaj.
Ne znam kako je moguće onaj zapaljeni gad da se aktivira, da nema ljudi.
Neko je prošao, slušaj, znaš kako to radi? Neko je prošao, aktivirao ga i izašao mu iz agro range-a. Deloadovao se, zato što ne može server da ih drži. Deloadovao se iz memorije servera. Kad ste vi ušli u zonu, on je nastavio dalje da rage-a jer je server njega prebacio u kao agro mod. On ima samo on-off mod, on njega kada mu uključiš, on je lud non stop.
Da, pa tam, kužem kompa. Si mi stajao vrata, ludače, ja. Da ga ubiješ. Nećeš ti nikog ubijat, moj Franciska. Ajde, uzima govno, idemo. A da ne ubih ovoga zadnjega, za bruku da ostanemo. Pušti konje. Na te ovo konje.
increased activity in the area. Stay sharp. Ultra One, actual. UAV is on station.
Čega? Baš ti je para, nego si ti cigan sam.
Ultra One, actual. UAV is returning to base.
Jo, kako glupa fora.
Ultra One, actual. Enemy UAV is in the airspace.
Mene ne čujem vas ja. Čuvaj.
Kurac. Što mi sve čuješ?
Nisam čuo, ponovi.
Kaže Beka da si mega cigančine i da štekaš pare u slamaricu, bojiš se rata, vamo tamo i da se opravdanje ti kao račun, gdje imaš na račun 600 dinara, nešto tako. A je, rekao
ja,
cigan.
ti imaš više pare od mene, što pričaš gluposti? Rekao sam ti 5 puta banko, ne plaćam. 5 puta.
Dalje baš.
Ja nisam ti da držim cash kući. Ja nemam čega da se bojim. Me zime bojim pa više od svega.
Da se maže s njima, da se maže s njima.
Toliko mi je muka
stavi u neki sić pare i onako uvali glavu unutra. I onako
UAV is active. One, that area contains high amounts of radiation. Use your gas mask and move fast. Chemist is approaching your area. Stay alert. Be advised, winds are picking up. Move to an extraction point. Ultra One, the enemy is on high alert. Proceed with caution. Ultra One, we're seeing increased activity in the area. Stay sharp.
Neka, smiri.
Ko će koga da smiri?
What? What you say about my mama?
Malo pre jedan pokuša da me isprovocira na tu foru. S tim jo mama vicem. Ja mu se zafalio 2-3 puta i njemu dosadim. Uspeva ako se pecaš.
Ko je pa? Nemam.
Ceo tim gotov. Dižu svog.
Ultra One, the enemy is on high alert. Proceed with caution. Ultra One, Dino 4 is inbound for extraction. We're racing radiation. It's gonna be close. Ultra One, Dino 4. We're approaching the LZ. Get it secure. Ultra One, Dino 4. We're standing by. Get to the extraction point now. All Ultras Oscar. Dino 4 is RGB.
Ajde, da ne pričam sad, bez veze. Se može čut, brate, kad ljudi prolaze.
Koja je rečenica Milana?
Zvala Milena.
Šta zvala Milana?
Milana u škembete. Koja je rečenica?
Znači reka Vasko Zabata. To sam da će Vasko Zabata da bude nova himna Srbije.
Vasko?
To je istina, Nenade.
Šta je istina?
Da će Vasko Žabata da bude nova himna Srbije.
Šta god.
Ali to istina ili je šta jednostavno kažeš, nije jesi, čao.
Otkud ja znam ti?
Ti si to baš neki Srbin. Ti druže nisi prošao pored Srbin, ne?
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. He he he. Ho ho ho.
Ne, idemo na isto mjesto, bosi. Kaj prošli put.
Ovo treba bude naša himna.
Nemoj. To nemoj da puštaš ništa.
S himnama Sieg Heil White Power i to.
Što da ne? Živjela pobjeda. Živjela pobjeda.
Živjeti.
Ja kad sam bio White Poweraš, gdje si ti bio, druže?
Ja sam White Power od osnovne škole još.
Bravo. Jel tu boss?
Kako se kaže Power?
Power.
Jebem ti mati.
Jel tu boss keš?
Kako kaže Power?
Jes, tačno zna da je nisto mjesto. Gdje si pošao, beka? A ne zna, mali ne zna progovorit.
Ne zna jer ga ne čuje, ani daleko trag po kilometra od boss arene. Ne može ga čut nikako. Kad se ne čuje boss.
Ja idem. Otvoreno je meni to. Ja idem da zapatavam, momci. Vidi gdje ova žica stoji, beka. Pogledaj gdje žica stoji, kako da stoji. Mene ovdje neke stepenice se mogu popet sa strana.
Mene si ubao, brate.
Siguran da vam je ovo sve zapatano. Ljudi, nisam gubio, ali sam ga hitova. Ljudi iz vode, ljudi sa svih strana. Ne, nema izličanja. 2 tima, šedi smrdi. Da. Potrova se. Rokaj se. Misliš penis u lubanju? A? Ne mogu ga ja ne može on ne znam, ja ne znam šta je s tim čovjekom. Tu je i nije tu. Zovni ga na mobilni. Boj!
Čitao sam ga ja.
Rekao, sve čujem.
Trebao je headshot da bude i nije headshot nego hit.
Kako sam je posušio. Kako sam je posušio. Tu neke. A ne seri da me posušio. Kešo, tamo kroz prozor. Fokusiraj. Džebi te kroz prozor, aj kasno.
Čekaj, brate, ne mogu ja tebe i Beku, brate, treba samo dizat jebot. A kako da stanem sad, kako da te dižem, brate?
Ne da dižeš, no da ciljaš tamo diže svoju. Kasno. Ubit ćemo opet. Digaj svoju kešu, nema asi. Evo me.
Sve od tim gotovo.
Najjača stvar što su svi... Ođe, brat. Beke, ima 5 ljudi. Imaš 4 tamo, još jednog vamo, čovječe.
Digli su. Ovi se vamo ukamperisali, ne mrde i jebe mi mater.
Eto mene, eto vas, eto nama, ja te suci.
Beže ovi negde.
Tamo je jedan.
Vidim.
Mene skina. Tebe gađa, mene skina, zamisli. Digni me beka, imaš neka. Koliko ih ima? Jednog sam ja ubio, onu ženu. No vješticu sam jedan put ja downova.
Ti jeve materi lagu. Ovi serveri, brate, ovo je pakao.
Sad svećaš što si obrisao igru.
Koliko ljudi još?
2, pravo. Tamo. Jedan čini se da je gore. Čini se su oba gore, Keša. Tu.
Oh well.
Kuda?
Maybe not, yeah.
Kuda?
See that tree? Yeah, not building there. Or just behind it.
What the hell is he shooting at? It was going miles away. No way.
Vidim.
Like you jumping?
I just jumped down.
Lako. Ajde baka.
Polako.
Iza ispred čuti! Guško sam se kuć zbog tebe!
Smiri se puno.
Kakav kreten. Vidio sam da je s lijeve.
Eto zato ja to ne idem. Molio bi da vičem, na vas i da psujem, a to ne želim.
I have a curious feeling this is all.
In 1942, the
Ali oni imaju neko, znaš kaj će on.
I got in.
Nacistane uništili partizane.
Goriš. Digli su u svoj, trojice ih je. Ili tu da, pa šta ti Bog da. Trojice ih je, džabe. Imaš dinamit da bačeš gore, si dobio od ovoga, a?
Ja kak, nisi.
Nešto nalazi.
Ništa, tam pravimo pauzu, ja nećeš.
Se ja slušam. Šta mi je kilo, fino.
Ti imaš 7000 kilo.
Ubio se jednog od 3000 kilo, jedan od 7000 kilo. 3 čovjeka sam ubio, čekaj malo.
Misliš Posuši.
Da, ugasi 2 puta. Da. Me.
Da.
Hoću pretrempiti.
Da. Želim.
Fagaminkage. Welcome to my channel.
Hoćeš. Aj.
Šta? Gdje si?
Ajde, čujem se.
Ajde, pozdrav. Hello kid, what's up? How is life? Wanna play DMZ? That's a joke. That's a joke. You don't have to. Wow.
Ultra One, activity has increased in the area. Keep your eyes open.
Dobijam li Snake dosta više XP ako partiju krenem od početka nego... Ili isto?
U odnosu na?
U odnosu kad uđe na pola partije, tipa quick play.
Ja mislim da više dobiješ. To ti ono... Mislim, ali ne znam. What the fuck?
Gdje meni ovaj Dark Tide, brate, chillanje, baš mi se sviđa igra.
strane. Olješana.
Kilo is moving in your direction.
Huh. Please. How does this make any sense?
Nemaš i ovo, brate, kad dobiješ debilne saigrače, onda...
Volji ti nije osta.
Mater.
Oh my gosh.
Ultra One, activity is increasing near your location. Stay alert.
A gdje ste?
O, gdje si džepe?
Što me počeš čuš?
Što spio kafu, došao, daj mi. Pa da se kida. Dark ti ide, Vermen ti ide, a?
Da.
Hoćeš nama snimiti Dark te?
Hoću samo da završimo. Ako hoćete počnete jedno pa ću ja ući čim završi. 5 do 10 minuta, ako mu kokaju pre. Ne vijete da mi je bio. Šta ne kažem?
Ja sam već u partiju.
Neka si, sačekat ćemo taman s nekim. Da završite. Idemo da vidim ja šta ima po internetu. Gdje je gospodin Jebač?
Upravo. Pita gdje si otiš.
Ozbiljno.
Može gospodinjaci da drži dugo i...
A da, vidi, nema, nikomu neće da drži.
Nema podršku i jebi ga.
Da, nema. Niko neće da mu odgovori, to je to. Nema pažnje.
Znači sad on nema šta da igra sam. Ono što može da igra ono dok smo mi ovdje i
ima.
To je to. Ako želimo
Jel mu stari bio dao da igra account za Tarkov?
Nemaš ti ova igra, brate, ako ne igraš timski, ovo je, brate, ljudi igraju za sebe.
Nije to igra za njega.
Znam ja da nije, ali to je igra sličnog tipa. Ne može on i Han da igra sam. Kamoli Tarkov da igra.
A što su? Ludilo puta 5. Ma nema šta on više, bre, da igra.
Evo Milana. Milane, pričamo o tebe, ti nisi još.
Nije to
Milan B. Znači da koliko se čuje ovog nazve.
Čuo si Hesća kako je bacio slušalice pa ih sam. Joj.
Što se čini?
Kaže, policija pronašla ubicu devojke koja je nađena mrtva u stanu na Zvezdari. Čekaju se rezultati DNK na...
To se našao još 5-4 dana.
A to sad
ja ovo tek sad vidim.
Odmah htjeli o tome da govori.
Šta našli su lika, a ubije neki čovjek, a?
Ma da.
Zadavio je. Sa jastu.
A što se čini, već? Što, ko je to razlog bio, već? Ludo vreme, brate, ovo stvarno čovjek ne može da izađe napolje, već.
Što onaj koknuo Kseniju Pačin, šta mu je ona skrivila?
Znate, dođi mi da kupim kuću tamo kod vas u, brate, Lovčevac. Pa dobro. Gdje bre ovdje džungla, brate.
Tamo jeftine kuće.
Koliko su tamo kući, brate?
10-15 hiljada u kakvom sve zavisi od stanja.
Ozbiljno.
20.
To je smešno. Majke mi najbolje uzeš tu negdje tu kod vas i Rodovink. Kakav crni grad, bre.
Uzmeš vamo i smaraš se.
Jesi ću...
Koliko imate do grada?
Kad bi ti živeo malo u, brate, gradu, shvatio bi posle koji je ovdje zlo na ono najveće.
Dobro, ja sam navikao, svakako imam tu privatno radim po nešto pa...
Koliko imate do Novog Sada? Gesiću?
50 km.
Koji je vam grad najbliži?
Vrbas.
Koliko?
Oko 15 km.
Pa. Šta te sprečava da odeš u bioskop pa si na bioskop pio i tako nešto? Volići da nam cekne. Ali dobro, šta ovo 173 i 115. Ovo je normalno.
Nije strašno. A, okej.
Da ću mu kažem dljamiš.
Paranoja.
Njemu otkucaj CCV 69. Ovaj ko Milan, boli njega kurac bez za sve.
Ali kako Milan spokojno spava? Kešću, kako onaj spokojno spava, brat? Odmah zaspe. Kako Milan spokojno spava, zaspe, odmah?
A beba.
Je moguće, brat.
A kad ne radi ništa u životu je vi.
E pa to ti, brate, kažem. Ja hoću da prcnem sve, znači sve što sam stariji i sve što sam... Znaš ono, mogo si sad da ono, uradiš ovo, a nisi. Šta si čekao, znaš, za tako neke stvari u životu. Oj, spava, boli ga kurac.
To ja prećem pomoć, tu si mogu radiš to i to, tu si mogu radiš to i to.
Ne, pa prolazi ti vrijeme svakako, znaš, ali mogo si neke stvari da odradiš. A ne, ovaj spava, jebe mu se. Pare mu samo dolaze, boli ga kurac.
A može mu se.
Ma nije, vrat, jebeš i to da ti dolaze pare samo kad ne znaš šta ćeš sam.
Reci mi ovaj Dark Tide, ako krenem u quick play u pola partije, neću dobiti isto XP-a koja...
Isto, dobiješ isto.
Dobiješ isto. To ti do jaja, quick play ja isto najviše i brate palim. To mi je najbolje. Pogotovo tako kao ti kad si solo. Ako je do jaja solo, srčaš i ti upadneš tamo gdje fali taj jedan lik i oni su pred kraj i pokupiš.
Ili gdje je jednom puku kujem za dušu, može ga i malo lošije.
Lik je pitao nas da odradi challenge gdje ne sme niko da udara, kao no melee, znači svi da pucaju. Ja ono kao okej, da, ima challenge takav. Kao čitav da pređe misiju da niko ne udara. Ja ovo rekao okej, i ja ono pucam, imam one laser gun, mogu. I šta se desi, jedan lik se zaboravi i udari, razumiješ, bez veze zombije. I ovaj lik ono samo 3 tačke i disconnect. Skide se.
Kako si to objasnio, genijalno.
A ne znam kako da ti objasnim, kako je bilo.
A ne, odlično si. Zamisli ovo 3 tačke, ne znaš šta će se.
Dobro, zaboravi se jebi ga.
A i on isto, jebo ga challenge.
Pa ono sa snajperem je bilo čupavo isto, sjećaš se kad se ja zamolio vas ono. Kesić se setio i nije ga pucao, Kesić je vjerojatno mogao da gubije kao psajker, da ga ono od snajpa. I ja ono bacam bombu, bežim nazad ono kao op i uradi ga, znaš. Kaže Kesić ajde, išće ubi me.
A što se čini? Gledaj smo ugasio svetlo.
Upali svetlo da se gledamo u oči.
Učio, u oči, uči.
Ja, koliko ljudi te headeri, to ni normalno.
Winds are picking up in the AO. Advise you get to extraction before radiation moves in.
Čekajte.
Share, sorry. Heresy, don't look for them. Ej, evo te Snake, jesi ludi.
Ono kad u lobby vidim. Kad god vidim Ogrina koji, ono, razumeš, čuči, ja ono napišem. No, still no chairs.
Ali meni Logan show, onaj što je upalio ulti, što je preskočio terasu, brate, ono, pa ono je piši jada, brate. I si onako poletio. Kejs će ona juče, što je poletao, brate.
Kuće ili?
A jes, ona...
Da, onaj Ogrin, onaj retard jedan palio charge na ono ivici, brate, mape, brate, ludak. Jebat.
A neki put neće radi blok na to kuće.
Kako bre?
Na kuće, kad se zableti na tebe, recimo sam si. Desni klik i levi klik trebaš kad je blizu tebe. Neki put neće da radi.
A ne uhvatiš
timing. Mislim ja da je to
timing.
malo veće kuće.
Malo veće kuće ti.
Thank you. I thought I was going to die.
Ultra One, explosives disarmed. Proceed to an extract point with the hostage.
Ovo puška je.
Ultra One, move that
M90
hostage to
šta
the
je ovo je?
HLZ on your TAC map. Exfil Bird is inbound now.
Neki pump.
Te moguće ovo.
Ja se iznijem.
هيك ما بيعود في هالوضع الممل. هيك بشوف شي معركة بتتأول أكيد.
Nije obično, ima ona bolja maska. Lagano stječe. I to plus ima valjda u ovom avionu maske. Nema, svakako stiže.
Ima u helikopteru maske.
Znam, ali nema, ko je ubio samog sebe? Ali nema u ovom sa hostageom. On je sa hostageom.
I dalje mi se računa.
Mora je bitno da se...
Nebitno, ideš se.
Znaš što se čini?
Botovi su nerealni.
U ovom avionu...
Jebe, to je skos kamer.
Alo?
Halo?
Helikopter sa, vrate, hostageom, tu nemaš gas, vrate, maske, tako?
Mislim da ne, nije predviđeno za to.
Nema, da.
To je predviđeno za
Jesi,
Excel.
Milane? Možeš ti nekad da pričaš s nama, a da ti nije pola dušnika u, vrate, u ne znam, jastuk ili krevetu, kako god.
Rare, look at that damage. 151?
Ustani nekad priče normalno i
like a star of the game weapon. I mean, I don't have the dex to use it.
Ozbiljno? Dobro. To je do jaja, taman mi...
Aha.
Pa dobro, to je jak 3.
Ove iz Deep Rocka kažu award to most death in game goes to... kaže Gravity. Kaže najviše igrača u Deep Rocku je umrlo od gravitacije.
Jebo ti ono što...
A što se čini?
Obično bacim Samtex na ulazu helikopter kad izlazim, za slučaj da se nekom da osjeti da, znaš, utrči za mnom u helikopter.
A što se čini? Bukvalno, a što se čini? Da, Milano. Pa ništa, bret. Šta može biti? Ništa novo, Milane, ništa pametno, sve jedno ti isto. Ušli sad u ovaj Dark Tide, malo da chillujemo. Čak. Yes, jep.
Po dvoje troje ljudi.
Jeli, kako onaj debeli Milane, jep.
Po dvoje troje ljudi znam da ono... Gde bre jep.
Aj, neki debeli. Jedva se čuješ.
Ko je to jebač?
Milane, nemoj da vičeš.
Aj jebe. Jesi joinao Snake, nisi?
Šta je ovo, majku ti jeben.
Da ti kešću. Nisi valjda u fajtu ti jebat.
A nisi.
To mi stoji bre na tebe mač. A da to je tako ovaj. Jep. Ovaj ustaje i viče šta je ovo, brate? Kako to?
Znaš koliki je procenat kompletiranog achievementa za onu bombu?
1%.
Kako skidaš to, brate? Šta bio, brate? Kako je to rekao, začuđeno, brate? Ne verujem. Šta je bio, brate? Jebem ti budalu, brate. Ne, scenarista pravi, brate. Odličan je. Šta? Kad je rekao umjesto THC, rekao HTC, vrati, i ono njegov... I oni njegovi ispadi, znao, ono. Čuš... A vidiš da čovjek ne zna gdje je, brati.
On ne zna gdje, ja ne znam ko su.
Priča neke priče, nema pojme gdje. Ćao, lidovci. Čekaj ti invite us thing. Social. Dalje nisi ušao. Jesi.
Loading.
Loadinguješ se. Aaaa, sad ćeš ti da vidiš. Jep. A čuš. Treba. Treba, bet, realno. Kešu 24. level, nisi mu jebao kevu uopšte bre, za brate dan 24 levela preš.
On kaže, moram iz početka da igram.
Moram iz početka.
Nekako to zvučalo.
Try hardo, brate, klasu već obrno, bret.
Ajde, ko je na prepart?
Najlakše ti sad, evo ja, joinuj se, čekaj, ej, majte ću ti. Najlakše ti sad do 25. bre, do 30. To ti je bukvalno 10 mečeva trojke faz.
Možda kupiš one zlatne, one kako se zovu, Curious, znaš? U prodavnici da one prodaje, one kao...
Eme.
Pa, ne znam za tebe, ali znam da Peđa je 30 level. Možda uzmeš zlatne, one Curious.
Kod ovog šrajna, već.
Ne, nego kod ovoga Sir Melik Rekvizitorium. To su ti oni vikli zraci. Ja imam 910 pojena, a 1120 mi košta jedan onaj kao golden.
Ujebati, ja ih imam 670.
Samo pogledaj šta su ti kostovi. Viš imam recimo zlatni Curious.
Jebote, sneg vidi ti ovdje giri, jebote, da.
Možeš da kupiš ako imaš
Limited time, ovo se vodi kao limited time.
A obrće se, ne znam.
Kaži mi šta je poenta sa Mystery Equation
Gamble. Jesi ikad Gamble radio nekad?
Jes.
Gamble. Nemaš pojma šta se zove.
Znači random mi, brate, baci,
brate.
Neko oružje.
Ne, mislim da nema ni random kvalitet, bolje je uštedeti pojene i onda kupiti.
Bolje je uštedeti, vete, šta mi baci...
Imaš tamo, piše ti recimo možda dobiješ 200 i nešto pojena ako skupiš 12 onih prokletih knjiga. Ali to uzmeš mali nivo težine, uopšte ne piše na koji nivo težine moraš da uradiš. Uzmeš level 1 da skupljaš grimore, na primjer. Meni piše...
I ti, sine, kakve su oružje ovdje, kido i gir.
A dobro, to su ti specijalne izraci.
Ma. Ja sam svakako ja.
2 bags, man.
Šta si rekao, Milan? Šta je, Milan?
Startaj šta gore ćeš meni sve.
To ludilo. Šta ćete, quick play? Ili drugo nešto posebno?
Stavi level 3, quick play.
Quick play level 3, paži. Dobro, otišao je ovaj Milan. Jebote, Kristijan.
Bam, bam, bam.
Spamuje ovdje. Dosadno mu je.
A ja napravim saltu nazad.
Šta bi, jesam ja startao, bret? Jeste vi akceptovali svi uopšte?
Meni je nešto lode.
Evo. Matchmaking, tako, zajedno smo, da. Evo ga. Evo ja vidim, startujem ono kurac. Opa, dva sharpshootera i...
series, but a sequel to the original game is on the way and it looks fantastic.
Može. Jep, eto me odmah. Eura, prazan s... Sekeći ću danas 100% si kidao, a?
Pa da,
Ti kurac. Sviđa ti se igra, igraš se solo. Dobar si.
Ja sam igram možda 2 meč solo mislim. Ali to je više bilo, teo sam da skupim one knjige. I nađemo jednu, jako aj bar jednu da iznesemo i taj što ima taj jedan grimoar pogine.
A njova padne po njega može...
Ne, pala je van mape, gluposti. Ne znam
Ja pratim tebe.
Ne znam otkud ovaj lik ima jaknu sine.
A ima vrate zato što igra dužo sa tim.
Pa nisam gledao ovako.
A kupi kozmetiku.
Nisam vidio da ima skup uopšte. A ima u onome...
Ima.
Premium shopu, da. Tu ima.
Pa vi si dobio neku kozmetiku zato što Peđa uzeo najveću vezu.
Nemaš toliko kozmetike, možda jednu, dva. Ne znam šta bi to trebalo da sam dobio.
Kako sam gubio odmah, ja.
Pojamo kasine dok se ne skupi.
Tip, štibiri, tip. Šta bio, bre? Dobre. Da malo da me uhvati.
Trepar, a?
Da malo.
Kaj ljudi?
Štekera.
Ja za nogu.
Jesi čuo to s nekim?
Iza nas. Ispod nas. Tu negdje.
Oći.
Gdje sponuo se, kako smo se mi okrenuli da sačekamo kako on ono kao rikverci.
Kako on šturno.
Šturka. Station. Jezan vata nekada od ovoga zilota.
To jebote. Avioni gore, ušli. A ja. Što brate mene? Što to brate? Samo ti mene juri. Škidim.
No problem. Gdje je taj med station?
Iza, desno.
Iđe nazad, no? Ko to zna?
Ima pomoć, imamo kerove. Imamo svega.
Ejde, šta ti je, jebem ti.
Iza mene neka govna. Pazi, pazi.
Puci ga, majke ti. Iza tebe Tazar bio.
Nema šta je bilo iza mene, zato sam pobegao prema tebi. Zlo je bilo.
Baca moment.
Gdje ste vi?
Željamo gore. Gdje si ti?
A jebi ga, zato smo i fasovali, brate, zato što smo odvojeni. Ja i ovaj smo fasovali, brate.
A u sine, a vi ste šao. Iš.
Jes.
Aman da te dignem. A što se čini?
Ja se vratio 30...
Jebi ga, brate, moramo svi zajedno biti.
Brate, moramo, ali...
Ja sam izgubio pola healtha kad sam ubio onaj Beast of Nargo. Kad sam ga spržio batača plamena.
Ti ode heal snaj. Ovo je retard promašio heal. Ovo je još brate gori već. Ima kjerove. Ovo je retard, brate, ima gore heal.
Možda je to neki njegov sistem. Mamu ti jebem.
Your laxness only creates more work.
Imaš više ti healtha nego on čini mi se. Tamo to znaš. Sleđa. I umre.
Evo vidi, ma neću bre da ga brati dužem, neka bude bait. Znaš koliko me boli kurec. Neka mi uđe bot ovdje. Ne diži ga. Nemoj da ga dižeš, viš. Bebe.
Ne.
Ma šta neka? Dobro ti ga diži, ja ovamo prešam. Snajper jebak. Kuj snajpera tamo, jebem ga usta ga, jebem. Šivet ima. Dva bombaš i odmah...
Gle, i sad se krije nazad, pošto sam ga markovao. Sad se krije nazad i čeka opet da dođe, znaš?
Asta se.
Možemo ga kikovati i ubaciti bote.
Ja mislim da će to i biti na kraju. Vjeruj mi, Kesću, lakše ćemo igrati. Metaka više je bolje.
Bravo.
Mnogo ih ima.
Bravo.
Ko me blokira ovdje, jebem li mu familiju?
Ovaj se umešao u gužvu i samo me ubacio mržu, nisam ga ni vidio da je.
Ajde, nemoj da mi stojiš.
Ne vidim razliku. Sad ležim mrtav na podu, a doma opet sam bio u mreži, isto mi je stanje, samo ima više health.
Ta ti je dobra.
Ne vidim razliku, bio sam u mreži i gubio sam health i onda su me kao skinuli sve i kao... Među svim onim govnarima stvorio sam onaj pederca mrazi. Bio sam iza vas 5 metara. Dobro. Opet onaj s bombom, gledaj.
Iza, isto mesto,
isto ostajanje. I sad su dobili malo po guzici. Leđe.
Nekara, ne belite malo, nema veze, male. Aj, čujte me dok popravljamo ovo.
Ja.
Ajde, to je to. Bravo, thank you.
Ješali su naše strane, uništili partizane.
Ajmo dalje.
Si uzao onu sablju, Kesić?
A da, to imam rare.
Pomoć, jede me ker. To dobro me glođe.
Ajde, duaj ga jebem ti.
Kesić, ne ostane gore. Dođi Kesić vam.
Ja ne mogu gore bre da vrati. Opet ostajete gore. Jebani ste vi, brate, gore.
Misliš, ajmo, tamo gore.
Jebani su mi, brate, dole.
Evo, ti treba samo se izvučeš, jer ja svakako brkam.
Ne moš. Ne moš. Ne mogu da maknem.
Ovo što ste pokojni, brate.
Samo idi dalje. Ponovo ću se ja napred. Ide jedan bombaž za vama. Samo ide. Ne, vratio sam se nazad od njega. Nisam, mogu se ja da odem da ga ostavim, nisam teo. Ne se još babi žab. Znači, bukvalno nisam teo da odem.
Jebem ti mater. Gdje je taj kjer? Evo ga opet ide. Opet box. Neću, ubi ga i beži odavde. Beži nazad, desno. Uđemo.
Opet, ovo je drugi. Ej, ovo je drugi.
Uđemo, imamo drugi put ovamo.
Čekaj, ovoga smo već jednom ubili.
Ubili smo ga već. Mislim da je bio slab. Stisni tab! Ja mislim da smo dobili neku misiju od njega.
Od koga, od ovoga?
Evo i debeli bret. Ja ne znam gdje debeli. Pomoć Kesiću! Dobro, dolazim.
Bar te odmah pustio. Pazi bombu ovaj baca.
Šta? Ubijamo ga Milan, imam ja metkove. O, Tazar! Bataj Tazara!
Pazi health, Kesić.
Ne možemo nazad. Nemoj to da mi radiš. Pomoć! Pomoć! Ujebem ti majku, pičku. Ješu, gdje si? Snajper!
Aha, snajper.
Jeba, ne mogu da verujem da me ovaj uvati. Gotovo, kraj.
Či onaj lik izašao, šta?
Brate, ne mogu da verujem da me ovaj dokači s ovim smećem od mreže, brate, da li je moguće, Samo da me nije Steam uvatio, rešio ovo sve.
Ne znam na koju foru imaš duple ove bossove. To još nisam gledao.
A što su čini?
Još nisam gledao taj modifier. Da da 2 na bossa.
Samo 735 XP.
Ja.
Šta?
Oni kao Kuga ili...
Beast of Nurgle. Još nisam vidio dvojicu.
Boga.
Ni ja nisam vidio.
Evo sad jesam, ubili smo jednog, a izgleda smo gubili toliko brzo da nam igra sponala još jedno.
Ima ona na tab, imali smo misiju neku, verovatno je on bio kao da spamuje. Weak play nas je bacilo s tom, brate, misiju.
A eto smo ga ubili, ali kurac.
A ne, laki je on bio, nego problem je to što smo mi svi nekako razvojeni bili i dalje.
Ko je bio razvojen? Ja sam bio pored njega.
22, brate, vas dvoje ste ostali gore, a nas dvoje dole.
Ne, ja sam se vratio po njega.
A nebitno ko je gde bio, nego jednostavno smo razvojeni bili.
Dobro. A je gri?
Sad ne radim, ali... Nema veze, ajmo novu. Kažete kad sam... Može, a?
Nema ništa u prodavnici, može slobodno.
Opet quick play, trojka.
$62,000 golda imam.
Vidi ga ovaj kakav ima baner, brate, jebate.
Znači ima challenge da samog sebe digneš u vazduh i da ubiješ 2-3 ona skaba.
Ili kurac.
That atmospheric shield does not look
Right,
Dave. The God Emperor lights our way.
Oko 30% ti više XP-a ako uspješ da uzmeš sve 3.
Ovaj zilak ili sharpshooter ovaj?
Ko ovaj Barabas? Zilot. Ima power, onaj chain sword ima. Vidiš? U motornu testoru doruču. Oružje, otprilike mislim da je to.
A šta je ovo? Aha, ovo je boja koje... Oči ove. Valjda sad nećemo razjebati.
Prošli put ništa nismo skupljali opet. Unlucky. Ja bih rekao sam unlucky.
You open the box. Vidi go ispod, alo šta ćeš ti ispod, jebem ti mamu. Marš, jebem ti materu. Brate, one-shotuje me ovaj. Puši kurac, bre. Jedi govna, bre. Moguće, brate, da me ovako sjebe. Gdje taj snajperiš?
Bomba.
Ono ga beži, jebem ga usu. Kako su me ubili ovamo? Može pomoć?
Može.
Došli, ubio me neko i otišu. Nema niko.
Ne, neko pucao. A, vidim.
Jo, vidi ovo, je moguće ovo da mi baci bombu?
Moguće.
Vidio, opet mu udara, odakle je, bre?
Te nabada se glavu.
Je on zvuk, je ovo boss? Nije.
Jest, Beast of Nargon.
Ne seri, bre. Dobro. Šta, rokamo ga?
Dobro si primetio muziku. Ja sam tam pomislio da je vreme za njega, ali nisam tada kazao.
Kako me opet pucao?
A ja već znam kad će doći.
Da, ti on ga svakako pre ono diktuje, vrati, ono.
Ne, upravo si, teo sam da prepostavim po muzici. Sumnjao sam u sebe.
Ja znam da je muzika onako ljigava, a čim je ovaka ljigava muzika, znam da je ljigavi on. Znaš ono, malo je baš muzika nije za uši, znao sam odmah da je u pitanju ili onaj krmak, ili ovaj. Kako nas kamo igra, ova igra jebe, brate. Ovako nije ni, brate, Vermintide, brate, Vermintide ti vidiš fizički, ovdje otvoriš kutije i vidiš kurčinu. Malo je skamerski.
Da znaš gdje sam našao knjigu, koliko sam mora da side trackujem sa strane.
Healing, a timely discovery. Initiating crowd control.
To. Leđa, ljudi.
Pazi, kaj su nazad.
Zero me čovjek.
Nazad.
Daj bombe da im bacim, polako.
Holy work, Templar! Ain't just faith that kills, though it helps. Holy grenade!
Engaging war protocols.
Wow.
Šta vas je, brate, moguće ovo? Ne mogu ni da vidim od ove vatre, ništa.
To je štos.
To je štos. Bio sam snajpera, nisam ni znao da sam gubio, znači pucam random kroz ovo. Najjači osjećaj. Kad ti debeli doći. Tako.
That settles the bomber!
Hokus pokus.
Spiritus. Spiridu.
Spida.
Hokus kadabra. Marš. Ovo mi zvuči kao da će opet doći onaj Beast of Nargon.
Može neki event pa ga spavna više.
Zvuči kao da opet dolazi nešto. Znaš Peđe?
Nije. Samo korna.
Nema već.
Možda ovdje ima knjiga dole.
Pogledaš onda.
Na sredinu. Možda i ne.
Sa strane gledaš, znaš?
Pa nikad neće biti. Doći ti jebem mater. Vidio mene odakle udara. Evo me sprdaš bre.
Evo Janiš.
Kim pričao je ne?
Znam da špionira.
Gdje bre znaš da?
O, povedz ga Dinočki da ne špionira.
Gdje? A gdje špionira? Na streamu što li?
Upali ponekad moj stream,
pa što jeste?
Prosto udara magični kamen.
Voli. Znam ja to, vidio sam na to. Tako je velik. Voli da čuje da li ga ogovaramo u vezi, brate, vezi ploče, tako ga
što? U vezi...
čarapa.
Diskutabilnih poslovnih potpisa. To su vrlo birane reči.
Jebi ga.
Evo stiže.
I opet the box.
Baraba.
Baraba. Demon host ispred nas. Bio bi Kesiću dovoljan da paciš.
Da ne gađaš tim s
tvojom strujom.
S te munje. Polako s te munje, Šojić.
Mislim da vidim gdje je. Da ću da ga pinujem. Moguće da si za malo nju, bret. Nemo da gađaš jebom.
Daraj, slobodno. Pokrivat ćemo te mi. Bar dok ne izađemo.
Pokrivat će te Snake dok ne ubije tebe pa onda Snake.
Je, no dobro, ja mogu da onda pobegnem.
Nije se, ne moji se kad ubije.
Evo što nje pobeći.
Kad ubiju nove šepevina pa ona ode.
A jebote. Ajde, puši kurac. Kako si napravljen, bre? A ovo je specijalni jebe. Ću da pogledam da li je knjiga. Še. Aj Kero bre, jebi se, snajper. Pušam da ga nađem, ne mogu da ga nađem. Vidim ga ja, gađam ga, mrtav. Mrtavi.
Odvali svaki.
Kes, imaš tu med station, ne brini.
Imaš med station koliko hoćeš bre, imaš i metkove.
Uzmite tu kutiju sa health.
Nema ovdje kutić health, uzeo je neko.
A uzeo je ovaj.
Vidi li ima kutija ovdje negdje bar. Maraš, kurbo.
Znaš.
Data interrogation rate acceptable.
Sad ćemo biti jebani.
Najveći problem kad dođu oni s bombama i snajper.
Stavi pomoć malo.
Treba i meni pomoć.
Moguće su me odmah ubili.
Imaš šlama, vrati se po onaj heal, Kesiću. Naš.
Gdje je ovaj naš treći Burijević?
Nazad.
Nije.
Snajper.
Jebem ti mater.
Snajper, rekao sam ti.
One shot.
Kad dođe ovakve stvačice uvijek se neki snajper mrtvi stvori.
Idem ja da popravim. Kako nije je, evo me sprnjaš. Jebet mati.
Bomba. Bomba.
treba heal, onda nazad.
Bomba? Majku ti jebem, ti ćeš meni da bacaš bombu.
Nema ga više Demon Hunter ovamo, zašto je otišao da... Ne osjećam više njegovo prisustvo onako da bi sila slikao.
Ej.
Skjeću vamo po
Hop, peđe. Govno.
Juri mene, ladno je moguće. Može da me čuvate dok ovo popravi.
Mogu, ali imam pune ruke.
Ništa, ne morate, usrlo mi iz prve. S prve onako kad me sve oči ni da vrate pogrešim.
Hvala.
Gdje si otišao po heal?
Tamo skroz iza, vratiš se, evo ti pin. Tu desno, da pin pa desno.
Nemoj sam da ide, sad će ga bombu neko baca. Bomba. Healuj se.
Opravite to tamo.
Moment, dolazim.
Dva debela mi dolaze, bio bi zahvalan da neko pokuša da dođe.
Mamu ti jebem, blankovi.
Vrta sam jebom, to ime Karinđe.
Nis.
Mi pust. Ajde bre. Ajde bre. Još.
Ti ćeš meni
idem ja da popravim ovo.
Ćeš meni 2 zeca, 3 zeca.
I'm coming!
Ništa od toga.
Ja ću da upravim, puci ti. Jedan. Bar.
O, gdje si Jack? Što je... Shame Jack, šta se radi? Dobar. Ajmo daj.
Ja.
Ti govna.
Ne daš.
Bravo je, jesi brate prodao šta?
Dobio skin neki, a?
A ja. Prode iteme iz igranja. Jo, brate, vrlo.
Uzmi ovo kesi. Majku ti jebem, svi ćeš meni. Izletao bio kroz vrata i odmah bacačem plamena.
Jebote, pa to toliko vredno je. 700 evra za drug, za vrati skinove u vrate toj igri. Sprdaš.
700 evra za skinu u toj teš igri koju više skoro niko nije.
Nije kjer, op. Ne sta kjera gore.
Brate, on i dalje trči.
Besi donos. Do ja, boli ti kurac.
Alisidra. Welcome to my channel.
Ali to je fora, znaš, ti sad uzmeš health, izlete ti kroz vrata trojice i skinu ti odmah sve.
vidimo da li ima knjiga ovdje, da nađemo još jedan.
Ima. Ovaj hangar je velik, ima sigurno bar jedno.
Volite kurac, prodaš što uživaš.
Znaš šta ima još? Biće ti boss ovdje.
Odmi je.
Gledam.
Znači to ti je kvot. Ovo da si baksl. Kesić uhapšen. Još jedan! 2 komada! 2 vrate ova kurca jeba.
Ovo je vrate vrh kombo, vrate ovaj me upetlja, ovaj me izgori vrate cijelog odmah jebate. Ja stvarno ne mogu verujem brate. Odmah me čovjek izgori cijelog jebate.
Loši.
Ne mogu da priđem. Ne mogu da priđem. Znači ne mogu da priđem.
Što debeli gađa? Debeli će pičut da mi polovi.
Ti jebe mati.
Ja sam ovog digo. Imam hila baci Kesiću.
Boss, baci.
Čekaj, dođamo.
Jesi, slušaj.
A ne, ovo su ovi...
Ne, boss.
Ja. Jesi ti Kesić? S druge strane izvidjeti. Nije, sad ti strane. Kamo sreći. Idemo kod kekare, već. Ne birujem naš uši kurac, majmune.
Evo ti ga.
Vidim da ima na terasi ovdje nešto. Ma za novu je CPU i vodeno hladnje da ne moram od sebe davati quality. Au šta ih? Jebeti se ček.
Uopćen si, jel? Znamo.
Jebem ti materu, pičku vam jebem. Ćašite od mene, bre.
Možeš.
We triumph in the good Emperor's name. What has this world become when heretics are so plentiful?
We must cut out this sickness before it spreads yet further.
Knjiga, Peđa.
Edo ja. Daj. A gore si ima ti. Uši kurac. Gdje je knjiga?
Desno.
Gdje je desno?
Ovdje. Skrepče.
Majku ti jebem.
Neću...
Don't shoot, I'm scared. I'm kinda scared.
Ali ono... Nema.
Nema nikog hila od vas, nema.
Ja sam već bacio bio prazan, ajmo dalje.
Bić.
We'll drive them from cover.
Leđa.
Excessive force authorized.
Dobro. Buć. Tika taka. Merš! Aj ga puko odleteo dole kao čigra. To je onaj bolt gun što si ti rekao da je sport. Puko ga je u glavu. Odletio su komandi. Human host?
Ozbiljno.
Neko se slađa, može biti da je i traper. Sleđa nešto dolazi.
A traper, čujem.
Bolesni traper, ne?
I traper.
Zajedno. Gledaj kombo, jesi vidio?
I ker.
O, brale, jevem ti majku. Nenormalno.
Si vidio kako valje kurac?
Znači, jedan s leve, drugi s desne.
Šalje ih.
Ovo ti je kao da igram DMZ opet. Znaš kad te botovi napadaju DMZ-u? Kad ulete s dve strane. Tako, aj, naštima ih da ti odjednom s dve strane, znaš, krenu. Nikad samo s jedne, ne, s obe.
Ili recimo kad ti je PvP, obavezno mobovi moraju da budu na tebi.
A, to tako ide.
Ne sjećam se da sam bio u nekoj PvP vojbi, a da se nisam bio i sam
da je po nekom pucao, ili u Tarkovu da su te skavovi pucali dok si roko drugi igrač. To onako često,
Tako, njih ne vide dok ne ubiju mene.
Kod se zove ono Murphyjev zakon, bilo konci.
A jebo mu ja mater, kako bo se zove.
Jebo mu pas mater, to Murphy.
Ako će da pane, kako beš, pače leba na mazanu stranu.
Postoji šansa da pače leba kad padne na onu namazanu stranu umjesto na onu drugu, uvijek će da padne na namazanu.
Nemoj da me udaraš, sve ti jebe mrtvo. Snajper me puca, pa ovo je da ja... Snajper, puši kurac.
Bači mi gore to.
Nosim jednu sa naš.
Džape.
Pokušavam Kesiću,
znaš kako ide Kesiću, ne, Kesiću sa rame. Kesiću, ti Kesiću, Drakula, gledaj.
Dobro, neke uvati samo, brate. Hoćemo prići Kesiću uvati.
Obe.
A idem ja gore sve. Idem ja gore, on je zauzan. Ajde, baci.
Držiš jednu.
Čekaj, ubit će me mobovi, ovo je strašno. Aj sad, imam 1 HP, ja ne znam šta je ovo. Moram da bacimo ovo ovdje. Ima ovdje negdje za heal. Ubite ovog, brate, majke.
Od toga?
Ima negdje heal, nema, a?
Da li bi ti dim? Ima nazad ono.
Možemo mi nazad dobro. Ja mislim da ne može.
Gdje je ta zadnja?
Ja sam bio otvorio samo, nego opet.
Je li otvorio neko dole nešto?
Ja sam otvorio jedan dole bio.
Da bio, ko ovo puca?
Snajper ima to.
Čekaj.
Gornji sprat.
Evo ga, gornji.
Evo našao sam zadnji. Pomoć ovdje. Kod mene dođite. Daj bombu nekako da baci. Uvijek je tu sneg dok ja otvaram. To. Što bacam gore preko. Baci gore preko. Neki sad će da se popnem. Evoš. Pada. Sad će da se popnem pa mi baci. Daj baci tu na isto mjesto. O, doktor.
Momci, bit će žurka tu dole.
Moram da aktiviram ovo i siđite dole kod onog lifta. Da krenemo da bežimo. Sad kad startam ovo, siđite dole skroz. Ovo ja silazim dole skroz. Dođite vamo. Svi ovdje. Da budemo zajedno. Čujete? Dao sam, vrlo. Umro sam, mrtav sam. Kjer!
Mislim da ode na kesu.
Ajte napolje. Ajte, nemam ja HP-a, bre. Onda ja, Ajmo. Pali nam jedna knjiga i jebim.
Trapper i Flamer, zajedno. Znači, izašli su, jedan je izašao dole, drugi od gore. Bombaš.
Nema treće knjige, jebi ga.
Ima negdje, ali...
Dovoljne su ove dve, aj.
Nebitno.
Čedim da li ima ovdje nešto. Nema ništa.
Idem hodnik nazad desno, nema vremena za to. Da se porađa ta žena.
A šta se čini?
Failed joining server error. Thank you.
Zabala ti. To si meni daš. Ti Snake danas pevušiš u brate sebi i jeveš mu keju.
Srećan čovjek, šta je?
Nisam čak ni pijen, a?
Ne, dobro da peva, ali brate sebi...
Ne, odbivam.
Što se čini?
Previously purchased. They discussed the name of their coming child, Skylar Arrow, filmed with cash. Naturally, right after they open it, the entirety of the gang is ecstatic. I mean, who wouldn't be after finding a vat of 80 million?
Sada bih neko... Eto...
Po 25 samo ovih kockica, ja pa... Kad ću ja skupiti da upgradeam ova dva Curiousa?
Mnogo ih malo baci sad.
Brate, mnogo teško da se zarade ove kocke, bet.
Nije bilo tako, ne znam što su smanjili. Da me te ljude vare reagentaju ko ne normalno.
Mogu samo da ih oteraju, ne da ih...
A samo treba da znaju da to ljudi ne vole baš.
Da grindaju?
A vole da grinduju, ali...
Ja obožavam da grindujem. Satima i satima. Za, ne znam, donji par gaća. Sve smiješ, sam uzbijem. To me radi.
To te radi.
To me radi.
My service is fulfillment.
100.000. 100.000 veraš da imam, dobio sam ovu zlatnu, Transcendent sablju i Flamer sam upgradeovao u Transcendent. Toliko sam mogu da pržam.
Kako da kupim ovo naglavu, ovu čeličnu šubaru?
Pogledaš koje zadatak treba da uradiš. Odeš na onaj penances i piše ti tamo šta treba da uradiš da bi to dobio.
A nema vamo da se kupi, se može...
Imaš da uradiš quest. Piše ti klas, sad ću ti ja reći šta treba da uradiš. To je Psykinetic. Da bi dobio kacigu treba da uradiš... Mind over matter, life leech, cliffhanger, not even close. Treba da ubiješ 7 neprijatelja za 2 sekunde tako što ih baciš sa litice. Ne znam kako ćeš ih baciti sa litice, ali ajde. Imaš i neku foru da ih gurneš s nekom magijom.
Pa ima.
Treba da neđe kad krene gomila da ih poguraš sa litice da odlete. Njih jedno 5-6. 7 tačno, ali ono. Znači za 2 sekunde njih 7 treba da proleti preko litice. I dobit ćeš, prvo ćeš dobiti kao gornji deo torza. I šta imaš, not even close.
A imaš i s mačom, možeš ono da ih